Well, hello there, everybody. How's it going, y'all? You do not know how badly I needed a streamer to body double while I rig. Oh, I'm so glad that I can provide that for you, Linux. Thank you so much for joining us. I decided to go live a little early, and I just noticed that my phone is not charging while I yell at this thing so it tracks my model properly. My model's gonna be a little scuffed for about half a second, y'all. Give me 1 sec. Why are we not charging? There we go. It's just at a weird angle. Making sure that the phone that you're using to track your face is charging is an important part of the streaming process. Beyond Good and Evil? It shouldn't be Beyond Good and Evil. I changed it. I changed it before I even clicked live. What? It says art for me. It shouldn't say Beyond Good and Evil. I was gonna say I changed it on Twitch before it even went live. One of these days, it's just gonna like keep doing it to me. It's just gonna keep, it's gonna keep whatever I've written originally for no reason. Twitch on phone is dumb sometimes, yeah. But we're gonna do kind of like a sleepy work stream today. I can computer. I'm clicking the merge layer button and you're not merging the layers. Oh, that's because the layer underneath here is locked and I'm very smart. So I made this sketch last night. And I'm really excited to try to line it and figure it all out. I decided to, because I got stressed last night, for those of you who are not familiar and not following me on Twitter and maybe not part of the Discord, hi, my name is Cass, and I'm an idiot. I dropped my phone in water last night. I broke my phone. Oh, also thank you, Bingus Bongus. In Wata, yeah. I was taking a shower and I got a text message and I went to go and grab my phone to read the text message while I was in the shower. And I dropped my phone into the water at the bottom of the shower and fucking frizzled my phone. Yeah. So I went out and bought a new phone last night. The old phone sat in rice overnight and is currently working, but the speaker is still acting weird. I don't know if it's gonna stay working. So we had to get a new phone to enable face tracking and all that good stuff. So we're here, we're working. It's gonna be a thing. Oh, you got a milestone, Mori, awesome. I got stream running on mobile and desktop and it's on 2 different accounts. Amazing. Okay, I opened my own art to work and thought, I should see if any cool people are doing art streams on Twitch, and you went live just as I logged in, so yay! Yeah, rip my old phone though. So I went through kind of a stressful night last night because of that. Because, you know, my phone is like my everything item. It is like, you know, I use it for work. Oh, thank you for the head pats. By the way, but I use it for work. I use it for literally everything. And it was a little bit stressful, but I'm good now, and we're gonna finish drawing this. I drew this as like a de-stressor thing last night before I went to sleep, and I want to keep working on it. So it's gonna be kind of like a chill stream day. We're gonna do a bunch of chill stuff and just kind of hang out and vibe and have a good time. How about that? It would be good if I was on like the right brush at all for this. My ghost love didn't hit you. Oh, wait! I'm stupid. That's my fault, actually. Hold on. Would not be one of my streams if not for Scuff. That one's my fault. For once, tits isn't the thing screwing up. I forgot to open tits. I knew I was forgetting something. I opened up all my programs and I was like, I think this is everything, but I feel like I'm missing something. That would be the thing. One moment. And I will give you not only free ghost love, I will give you multiple free ghost loves once it opens up. Opening what? Okay, so it's called the Twitch Integrated Throwing System, also known as TITS. Because whoever created the app is a memer and decided to name it that. So one moment while that opens itself up and gives my computer a seizure. Yep, it's TITS. Tits. So it's like a running joke that we all talk about. One moment while I yell at this thing. You guys are gonna see all my BS here for just a moment. There we go. One moment. And as an apology, please excuse me while I just kinda— ah! Okay, hello? That time I got hit by them, but I didn't see them. Also, hi, Mossy! One moment while I fight with this thing. Why are you being mean to me? I'm getting hit by them, but I don't see the ghosts. Are you being dumb? Object Manager. I apologize if you guys are seeing my UI on your screen right now. Are we good? Hey, you've got the ghost on there, so why aren't you throwing it? It's being mean to me, chat. We might not be able to throw ghosts today. Give me one moment and I will go and refund from when you used it earlier, because I don't know why that would do that. But it's being stupid. Let's see. I want to reject all. Okay, so I can do it there. Apologies for the scuffed start of the stream. We will get into working in just a second. It's just being dumb right now. Yeah, Tits doesn't want to work right now. I'm gonna actually close out of Tits completely real quick. And I'll very quickly go on Twitch and turn off those channel point redeems temporarily, just because I don't know why those aren't working. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I was worried that stuff was going to be a little bit scuffed today just because we're on, you know, new phone Who Dis. I wasn't sure how that was going to interact with things changing. But it apparently has broken some things. I apologize, we're having a little bit of a slow start to stream today. But we're doing a work stream. We're going to draw together and have a good time in just a minute here. Manage rewards, turn off throwing ghosts one. Then I just have to work on refunding channel points. Which dashboard for that? But how have y'all been doing? I apologize that it's a little bit of a crazy start to today. I hope you guys have been having at least as good, if not a better time than I have been having. Let's see. I don't see my channel point redemption queue to refund Mossy for— oh no, it was Mori who threw the ghost. To refund Mori for the ghosts. Wurmst. I am very smart, chat. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I'm incredibly intelligent and definitely know how to run a stream completely, completely professionally. I need my Twitch activity feed. Also, thank you for all the offerings to the ghosts. Let's see here. Ow, why so early? Because I am full of scuff and wanted to stream. I'm sorry, I know I'm being annoying. I'm not- I know I'm breaking my schedule a little bit, but I wanted to get up and do some stream. Please don't be mad at me, B. I would have been in therapy right now. B, go to therapy! Go to therapy! B, I will yell at you, go to therapy. I will smack. Go to therapy. Let's see, I've got... Summon the ghost. There we go. Hit this button. There we go. Aha! I did it! I did the thing. I refunded the points. It worked. I did it. Oh no, he cannot speak? That's not good. Alright, I did the thing though. Now we can start drawing. That's a big mood on not being able to speak though. I apologize if my voice is also a little scratchy today. I had laryngitis all day yesterday. Oh, thank you for the head pats, and also for the hydrate, all of the redeems. I'm going to be very responsible and take a sip of this energy drink that I have in front of me. If you all have something to drink, you should also drink with me. Anything that is non-alcoholic counts. Yeah. I really want to, like, take my time on this piece. Because, like, that's something that, whenever I stream art, I always feel pressure about, and it's not because of you guys or anything. It's nothing you guys are doing wrong. But, like, it's that pressure of, like, being live, you know? That, like, I have to be super productive and, you know, all of that. So I want to try to get better about taking my time on a piece that I just really want to work on, you know? I use my eraser at 600 pixels for a size. I have Monster Energy drink buddies. I have, fitting for me. This is not sponsored at all, but honestly, if you want to sponsor me, that would be fucking awesome. One of the Ghost energy drinks, because it's fitting. But it's the Sour Patch one, the blue raspberry Sour Patch one. You know what redeem means, Cass? What do you mean? What do you mean, Lucifer? Oh no! No! Saronis, no! Oh god, the yippies! Good morning, Lucifer! Oh, that's fucking amazing. It's yippee time. The fact that that was so perfectly timed to Zeronis rolling a natural 1 on the d20 is so funny. Oh no, and B! Everyone's getting timeout. That's so funny, oh my god. That is actually hilarious. To anyone who is not familiar, if you roll a nat 1 on the 20, you accidentally cast silence on yourself for 60 seconds, so you get timed out for 60 seconds if you roll a 1. Yippee! I don't know if yippieing the nat 1s is a good idea, though. Seems like a bad time. don't know if I want to do like thicker lines or thinner ones on this. I'm always afraid of my lines being too thick because I feel like when my lines get too thick, we lose a lot of the style choices that I make. Because I lose a lot of detail when I make my lines thicker, I feel like. I don't know. Oh, hey, you got an 18, Party Possum. That's not bad at all. I can't wait for D&D this week, y'all. We've been having so much fun in our D&D games recently, and I legit can't wait for D&D this week. Like, actually, when I was first figuring out what I was gonna do when I went live, I was between this and me just going, oh god, I just want to make D&D art. Actually, I made something kind of cool, actually, that I can show you guys. D&D related real quick before I keep working on this. Where the heck are they? So, I was thinking about a lot of the content that I make on things like TikTok and YouTube and how I haven't had a lot of motivation, it seems like, recently to do original content on either of those platforms because, like, they're so, like, trend-based, it feels like, and so for the most part, it's just me uploading things like speed paints and then doing silly little memes, because they're fun, and I do have a lot of fun doing them. But I want to get back to making, like, original content through YouTube Shorts and YouTube and TikToks and things like that. So I designed this, and this was a lot of fun to design. I made, like, 3 different versions of the logo. But so the D&D campaign that I am currently the DM of, it is an entirely homebrew world that I created. I've always called the campaign setting Star Chasers, and then the name of the world is Ginamai, which is up right in here. So I made a logo for it, and I'm thinking that I can use that logo to make sort of like a promotional video for the campaign itself. The campaign itself isn't going to be viewable on Twitch or anything like that, just because some of my players are shy, so we won't be able to do like a live play or anything. But I want to basically do video series where I tell stories and talk about things from the campaign, create content based around the campaign, stuff like that. Make a lot of art related to the campaign. So I made a little logo for our campaign for me to use in the future for videos that are of like a more formal setting, because I did a whole series on my old TikTok before the creator program kind of screwed me over, and I had to make a new one, where I would just talk about the world building aspects of the world in like a casual way. And I want to kind of redo those videos and sort of add on top of them with like a real script and me actually talking about things in a little bit more detail, because it might give people some ideas for their own homebrew worlds, or it might just inspire people, or it might just be something that's, you know, nice to listen to and is a nice story for people to listen to when they feel like it. So, made that at like 4 in the morning a couple nights ago. We're not going to talk about what my sleep schedule is right now, it's fine. But yeah, I'm really excited about it, and I really like how it came out. I'm up to 3 TTRPG campaigns a week myself. Warhammer on Wednesdays, today is session 1, Pokemon on Thursdays, and then D&D on Fridays. Oh, that's awesome, Party Possum. I am currently doing 2 games a week, both of which are D&D. One is on Mondays, one is on Fridays. And I want to get more into Warhammer. If Mod Tim appears in this chat, he will talk about Warhammer to no end because he enjoys Warhammer very much. Plastic is expensive, is how I feel about that. Also, thank you for the head pats. I wish I could be in more D&D games. I think I would combust if I used up any more of my time on anything other than sleeping at this point. We have the no sleep brain here in the Half Moon Hollow House. I have a nasty habit of overcommitting to a lot of things, and then I get everything that I want to get done. It's not that I don't get it done. I just don't sleep because of who I am as a person. Don't be like me. Please get 8 hours of sleep every night. Love yourself. Don't do what I do. I'm one of those people who unfortunately has to be the do as I say, not as I do person when it comes to this kind of thing, just because, unfortunately, I am what you might call stupid. Also, I just realized I'm wearing the wrong outfit. Where'd my summer outfit go? That's not the right one either. Hang on. There we go. That's much better. Look at me, I'm all comfy in my nice warm clothes. This is warm weather clothing. Like that. The fan-made Pokemon TTRPG system is really fun if you like Pokemon. Oh, that does sound cool. We're actually, one of my friends who's in my main D&D group is planning a Pokemon-themed D&D campaign of his own right now, and I'm super looking forward to it. B, I'm jealous of you and your 3 D&Ds a week. I want... Hey, can we just play the Ginamai campaign, like, every day, all day? Can we just do, like, 5 hours a day of D&D? And then, like, is that allowed? I'd love that. If I could play my D&D campaign every day of the week, I would also do that, because I might like my campaign setting, like, a little too much. It might be a problem, don't worry about it. I would love to do that. Like, it would give so much more room. Wait, is B no longer a mod after being sub? Uh-oh. B, did that unmod you when it did that? Hang on. Skyward B. Hi, B, you're a mod again. Apparently. That's good to know, though. If you roll a natural 1 and you are a moderator, you will no longer be a moderator afterwards. It did, B. I just remodded you. If you're a mod and you roll a natural 1, you get sent to jail. That's really funny, actually. I wonder if there's a way that I can, like, edit the command a little bit so it doesn't do that. Either way, it's easy enough to fix. I just have to type your name into my chat to remod you. That's really funny. If you roll a natural 1 on the d20, you are no longer a mod and must suffer. Like that. Let's see. My primary group has been going for nearly 10 years now. Me living in a different state, the plague, nothing has stopped us. We're just too stubborn. Hey, that's a big mood. Our group has been going for, I think, almost 6 years now. Because the first campaign, or no, almost 5 years, I think. Because our first campaign went for like 4.5 years together, our first big one that I DM'd. And then, we took like a 6-month break from that. Yeah, no, almost 6 years now, actually, because we took a 6-month break from that to play a game that my friend Dana ran, which was really fun also, and I had a lot of fun doing that. And now we're back to me DMing the sequel to that first big campaign that I ran. So yeah, like 6 years, and we also went through the Panini and a bunch of other stupid shit, and we refused to let this kill our group. I appreciate my D&D players so damn much, because I don't know what I would do without this game, honestly. And we sure have stuck with each other for a very long time. It's a wonderful little group we have. Something, nothing can come in the way of me and being gay with my friends over little tiny characters we make up in our heads. I'm really looking forward to this week's game. I have a lot of special stuff planned for my game this week. I get to design a whole dungeon based around a character's memories, which is going to be really fun. Because my current campaign deals a lot with themes of, like, dreams and dreamlike states, I've actually created, like, my own mechanics and things for things like imagination, where when you're dreaming you can do anything you want if you can, you know, manage to focus and put your mind enough to it. So it's been a lot of fun. I can't wait to start making content surrounding it, so that way I can explain how it works to other people and let people use my concept for imagination in their campaigns. Because I want other people to be able to use my stuff if they want to, because I think it's really fun, and I would hope maybe that other people find it fun. I can't speak for how well balanced it is, because I have a rule that I follow that is basically anything is fine. I don't care if my players become overpowered. I don't care if my players get a lot of magic items early on, even ones that might, like other DMs might shy away from because of how powerful they are. I can always make things more difficult. You know? Like, so I guess kind of rule of cool to an extreme. Because, like, if there's something that I think fits the story, or if there's something that I think that a player just should have, even if it might mechanically be a little bit busted for what it is, I don't care. I just kind of like say, fuck it, let them have it. I gave, in our last campaign, I think our party rogue was level 4 when she got a fucking Moonblade. Admittedly, it was a toned down Moonblade. I did tone it down a little bit because hers was short, it was a dagger, and then I did, tone down some of the abilities so that way the Moonblade would gain them over time rather than all at once. But it was still a Moonblade, so, like, that's still a very, like, powerful item in D&D sense. And I just kind of let her have it at level 4. I was like, fuck it, no, this is really fitting for your story, and I think it's gonna be a super cool story beat as well. So she just kind of has it. It's fine. And I was right, by the way. It was a really cool story beat, and it ended up, like, defining her character for the rest of the campaign, so I think I made the right call on that. She was a character who wanted very much to be a hero, but didn't really know what being a hero meant, so giving her a sentient blade who chooses who it works with, and only chooses people who it thinks can be heroes, was a very good choice, I think, on my part for her character, and for how I could sort of facilitate some character growth for her. My group fractured a bit after one player wasn't happy with how the prominent railroad was in a recent session, so that's still getting settled. Oh, I'm sorry, Zeronis. That happens sometimes. Like, sometimes people just aren't happy with how something is going, and it can cause rifts and things like that. That's why I always try to keep as open of communications with my players as possible. If any of my players get upset at me for anything that I am doing, have done, what have you, in a campaign, we will always try to talk that shit out, because I would hate to lose my game over something like that, and I would much rather just, you know, make everyone happy. And there have been a couple points that I can think of where, like, a player was worried. I don't think I've ever made anyone actively angry in my group, which I'm very thankful for. But we had, like, when was it? Because I had Groma in my DMs, like, having a panic attack at one point over a character, which was an experience. There was a character that one of my players had gotten super attached to that I was putting in danger, and they were super worried that they were gonna die, and they literally messaged me being like, listen, I love you. Please, this is out of character. I wouldn't normally ask for this, but I can't help it. I've gotten really attached. Please, for the love of God, do not kill her. Yeah, it was Astrid. It was, but yeah, Dana got in my DMs and was just like, please, that's my wife, you can't, like, and I was like, it's gonna be okay, I promise you nothing. She, like, my intention is not to kill her, I'm just making it seem like that because of the plot. I love her too. But, like, you know, we always talk that shit out whenever there's something that my players are really, like, nervous or upset about. I always try to, like, you know, just have a conversation with them about it and be like, hey, what can I do to fix this? Because, like, at the end of the day, I want everyone else to be happy. It's about your characters, you know, not just mine. Like, and, like, yeah, I might have, like, some DMPCs or NPCs that I'm super attached to, but they are secondary to how my players are feeling. So I always try to put my players' feelings before myself when it comes on that. I'm moving states again, and I know my group will be what grounds me the most, knowing Friday nights on Discord will be a constant. That's so valid. Literally, when I first moved out, knowing that D&D and my players were still going to be there, literally, I think saved my life at some points. Moving out of my house into my apartment was a little stressful because I got kicked out during the middle of the pandemic. So it was super stressful for me, and I wasn't sure what I was going to do for a while. And I think without B and Groma and Pottermus Prime and Mod Tim and all of the people in my group, I literally would have just, like, ceased to exist. They really helped me stay grounded with both our D&D games and just with being there for me. Because, like, when I first moved in, since I'm the DM, obviously, it was very hard for me to handle moving and also DMing at the same time. So we did like a bunch of nights where we just kind of chilled together and stuff on Fridays instead of playing, or like my friends would run little one-shots and stuff like that in my place, since I was just going through a lot and had to, you know, finish moving and settling in. And I appreciate them all so much for being there for me. I literally don't know what I would do without them. My players are the best, y'all. I will speak this into the universe over and over. My players are the best people ever. Also, I'm glad you like my process, by the way. Uh, Party Possum. I try to keep everyone as happy as humanly possible. You know, sometimes that's not possible. Sometimes bad things happen in D&D. Sometimes characters die. Sometimes characters don't always get the most satisfying ending, or at least not the ending that was originally envisioned for them, you know? Do you basically do a sketch by hand and now you perfect it with the computer? I used to, so this sketch was actually also done on the computer. So I will normally take... I do sketch it all with a pencil brush, so it does kind of look like a pencil sketch. But I take the design pencil, which is this brush that I'm scribbling on right now, and I just kind of go in and draw out, you know, whatever I'm doing for the day. And then after I sketch it all out and get a composition up to something kind of like this, I just kind of lower the opacity and go in on a new layer and then line over it to make it even neater. Kind of lower my eyebrow a little bit here. Yeah, Stickman! Listen, I can't... There are days where I feel like all I can draw is a Stickman. I don't know how to draw, y'all. Don't let this fool you. I've never drawn anything in my life. Every time I draw, there's always this underlying feeling of is this going to be a good drawing day or a bad drawing day? Let's find out together. I'm gonna cheat a little bit on this mouth, actually. How to make a mouth look correct. Sometimes you just copy half of it and flip it and then adjust it as you need to. Art is just throwing spaghetti at the wall until you figure out what sticks better, and yeah, that's exactly it. You are completely correct, Party Possum. My brain can't be patient when it comes to learning how to draw. I get so frustrated whenever something is wrong or something doesn't look how I want it to, and it keeps happening over and over. Listen, that is a problem. That is a problem that literally every artist has, Mori. I want you to know that you are not alone in that, and that will continue to happen throughout your life as a whole as an artist. Like, I promise it's not just you. It is everyone, and all of us deal with it together, collectively. It is something that you just kind of have to learn to push through on. Like, sometimes there are moments where you just can't draw. That's sort of the nature of art, is everyone, I think, at least, experiences art block in some form, or experiences the impatience of, like, I can't seem to get this one thing right. Why can't I just do this? Like, right now, with me and this stupid mouth. But that's part of the reason why I actually really like streaming, because I tend to get frustrated, right? Like, when I don't like how something is coming out. And what I can do instead now is, when I'm streaming, at the very least, I try very hard to not let myself get that way, because I am focused more on just having fun with you guys. And this gives me more of a way to kind of force myself to work it out, you know? Because I'm on stream with you guys, and there's, weirdly enough, almost less pressure for me. It's not necessarily less pressure, but it's a different kind of pressure, I guess. And it's a pressure that I actually kind of like, because I know that by streaming to you guys and streaming my art to all of you, y'all expect me to make cool things, which is neat. And it, for some reason, gives me like this override of, now you have to take your time. Like, you're not allowed to just get frustrated and walk away because you're here with people who want to watch. So you have to work through it and figure it out. And like, I don't know why, but streaming, because of that, has taught me more patience about artwork than like just drawing in general has. I don't know why it's that way for me. Like, and yeah, absolutely, Catman. Being a bad artist is the first step at getting better. Plus, like, honestly, good versus bad art is like really subjective. Honestly, I think everyone is going to be at a different space in their own skill level with art. And that's not to say that there aren't like artists out there who are or who aren't like bad necessarily, because like, yeah, sometimes like the skill isn't there or whatever. But I personally feel that when we talk about skill levels as an artist, it's a very fluid thing, and everyone is going to be at different steps basically with different skills. Like, for example, I consider myself to be a pretty decent character artist. Like, you can see just from this sketch here, like, I kind of know my way around drawing characters and creating compositions around characters that are visually interesting with poses and things like that. I also consider myself to be a pretty decent artist when it comes to color usage. I really like my coloring style. But if you put a full environmental piece in front of me, it is much more difficult for me to do. Where there's no character, it's just objects or a room or things like that, or scenery. So skill level is fluid as an artist. There are always more things that we can all learn. And I think that's something that people need to keep in mind more, is that everyone is at different places of experience with art, not just as a whole, but in different kinds of art and what we like to draw versus what we don't like to draw, things like that. Yeah, repressing to the dark side is not too healthy either, yeah. And that's part of why I really like doing art streams, because, like, I don't know what it is, they give me this override of, like, just being able to enjoy it again, you know? Like, because, like, even when I was sketching this, like, there are certain things about drawing that can inherently make me frustrated when I'm not keeping up to what I think my own standards are, because I am the type of person who is a little bit hard on themselves, because, you know, I feel like most artists can relate to this, where sometimes we are too harsh on ourselves, and we are much harsher on ourselves as artists than we are with other people. So it's very easy for me to get frustrated with myself, even if it's not something I would like necessarily notice or care about when I am looking at another artist who is drawing. Because, like, I've done critiques and stuff for people before as well. I went to college for art, so critting other people is like a super important part of the process, and learning how to critique other people is very important in art school. But so just, I don't know, try to keep in mind that, like, if you're ever struggling with your art, like how we all do, that, first of all, everyone goes there. Everyone has those moments. No matter how, like, professional you think an artist is, or how amazing you think their stuff is, trust me, someone out there who you think is far more skilled than you has the exact same kind of days you have, where they just try to put a pen to paper and it doesn't happen. Like, just, they can't seem to get it done, you know? That happens to all of us. And on top of that, try to remember that everyone's at different skill levels with everything. And that includes the different types of skills within art. I'm trying to teach myself how to draw backgrounds right now, and not just the characters on a white canvas. Shit's hard. It is really hard. Honestly, still life drawing was what kind of started unlocking that for me. Still life drawing, and then, like, after college, learning how the fucking perspective tool in Clip Studio Paint worked was a game changer. Because my big problem with interior environments and stuff, at least, was always the perspective itself, and the perspective tool in Clip Studio Paint is like a literal godsend, and I don't know what I would do without it, actually. This isn't actually going to be visible once I add the moon, so it's fine. When I feel down about my art, I think of that one artist that worked for Marvel that can't draw women to the point where they look like their spine is broken. Yeah, exactly. It's like that with some of the League of Legends art that I've seen too. Like, to the point where they've even redone pieces of it. Like, if anyone here knows the Misfortune splash art from League of Legends, you will probably know this story, but there is splash art from League of Legends that, the character's back was so broken in the original. And this is not to, like, knock the artist who did it originally, because, like, the coloring and the rendering was beautiful, just the anatomy was a little bit not there. And, like, years after the, original piece was put out, as, like, you know, it's an official piece of League of Legends art. The person who did the art redid the splash art so that way the back would not be so, like, bent out of shape. Like, I remember me and my friends used to look at it and be like, good lord, like, the only thing keeping this woman balanced and standing is the fact that she has big knockers. Like, because that was the counterbalance, was, like, it looked like she was balancing on her boobs. It was so funny. But, like, that's the thing, though. Like, that's a super professional artist. Like, that's an official League of Legends artist. And they were able to, you know, make a mistake, and then they even got to fix it. Like, and that also shows that all the mistakes that we make can be grown from. Like, and again, that's not to knock that artist. Like, I'm not, certainly my anatomy in this piece is not perfect. Absolutely not. But I think that that's something very important for all of us to kind of remember, you know? We can all learn and grow, no matter what stage of being an artist we're at, whether it's someone who is a novice who's just doing it as a hobby or what have you, or someone who's doing it professionally, someone who does it for a job. Like, we all have to continue to grow and improve. Yeah, anatomy is rough. Anatomy takes a lot to learn. I actually, I did a bunch of really awesome, oh, I say really awesome, they're awesome for me, all right? They're definitely awesome for me, like anatomy sketches recently that I actually put out on Twitter for people to look at so that way they could use them. Here, I'll open them up and show you guys real quick. So, this was the one that I did for the legs. I was basically just practicing, like, breaking down bodies into shapes. These are all available, by the way, if anyone wants, on my Twitter for other people to reference. I know they're not perfect, but this is just kind of how I think about bodies, if anyone wants them. But, like, I broke down legs, I broke down hands, and how I sort of break down the shapes and then turn it into a more complex thing. I broke down feet, and I even included a tip that I got actually while I was on stream from a viewer a very long time ago. When I first started streaming was, if you're ever struggling with how to place feet, if you draw the circles for the soles wherever you are putting them on your composition, and then draw the feet over top of those two circles, it becomes so much easier, which was something that is now like an integral part of every time I draw someone standing. That's how I place the feet. I don't draw the feet first. I draw like the nubs of the legs, then do the circles for the feet, and then I draw the foot, and it comes out better every single time I do that. It's so much easier. And then I also did like some anatomy stuff for like how I break down like the arms and what kind of shapes are sort of within them and things like that. Yeah, anatomy hard. Anatomy definitely hard. Yeah, that foot tip changed the entirety of how I draw feet, y'all. And like it went from feet being my literal least favorite thing to draw. Like I still struggle with hands, like, you know, every fucking artist does, but to me feet were even worse. I just toes and placing of the toes and placing of the back of the foot and getting it to look right in perspective, because feet are basically always kind of pushing forward in a space, and so you always are drawing them with perspective in mind, basically, and that always made it really hard for me. But that changed my whole drawing process for that, and literally made it so feet were the easiest thing ever to draw, which I think is really funny. Took 2 seconds for me to find a technique that just made me go, oh my god, and it makes sense suddenly. Like, Rob Liefeld, the guy I mentioned, doubles down on his bad parts in anatomy. It's a meme at this point. Listen, sometimes people make that shit work for them, and also, like, depending on the style and stuff, it's not even necessarily a meme. It's just you don't need it, right? Like, there are so many amazing artists out there who literally tell anatomy to go fuck itself on a regular basis, and I think that is honestly a great thing. This one should be facing inwards, contrary to how I drew it, actually. Because they face inwards to each other. Yeah, shook up the foot meta. But yeah, no, that foot tip is, I think about the day that one of my viewers told me about that every single time I go to draw feet. And I just go, oh my god, I can't believe I never knew about this. And I struggled drawing these for so long, and it was this easy to just figure it out. But case in point, like, clearly I struggle with anatomy too. Um, I think there are all different kinds of anatomy and other things that especially character artists will struggle with, that, like, you know, we all, I think every artist who draws people anyway, can recognize that there's always been that good god hands suck kind of thing. And I've been trying to work in my ways of fixing that for myself as well too. Which is actually part of the reason why I made that little reference sheet, because I wanted to make note for myself how I could break down a hand and make sense of it, and make that more of like a conscious decision rather than just brute forcing my way through it every single time I did it. And it's helped. It's helped. So if anyone needs a way to like kind of figure out anatomy and stuff, try to basically pretend that you're making a tutorial, and like just for yourself, and then break it down into shapes the way you would if you were teaching someone. And then use that as a guide for, okay, well, I know my process for why I did this now, so maybe I can apply that to how I'm drawing it when I'm, you know, drawing it in real life and not just doing it for practice. Drawing it in real life. I say that like practice isn't real life. Y'all know what I mean. You should Google him in your spare time. I've only learned how to draw feet because a foot guy kept commissioning me when I was struggling. Listen, you could choose between avoiding feet or being able to afford food. I would also choose food at that point. That is understandable. Get your money. As someone who became a furry artist for quite a few years for the exact same reason, because there was a period of time where I had a bunch, I don't know how even, like, this was before I got into, like, the VTubing space, back when I was still a wee artist and I had, like, a day job and everything, but there was this one person who found me who was, like, a super big furry, and they were like, listen, you don't normally draw furries, but, like, I really want to commission you for stuff in your style of furry art, and I was like, yeah, that's totally fine, and I learned how to fucking draw furry art because of it, and then all of their friends started commissioning me, and suddenly, like, I had a bunch of furries commissioning me regularly, and I was like, well, this is my life now. By the way, furry community is fucking amazing, by the way. All the people that I've met in the furry community have been nothing but kind. And, like, even as far as clients go when it comes to commissioning and stuff, some of the best clients I have ever had have been furries. Like, the most understanding, the most, like, supportive clients, I've ever had have been furries, which I think is really funny. Like, at one point I did a painting commission for a furry that I did, like, a beach scene of their character for. And it was, like, I think the original price for the art was, like, $100 or something like that. Because it was, like, a big full body piece with, like, a fully rendered background and stuff like that. Yeah, furries respect the hell out of their artists, and, like, this was case in point. They paid me $300 for a $100 commission. They tipped me 200% on top of what I was making from them initially. And when I got that, I cried and also messaged them being like, hey, I think you put in the wrong amount, and they were like, no. I was like, oh my god. And I used that to buy, like, all my Christmas presents for my friends one year. Because it happened, like, right at the holidays, and I literally cried. But yeah, the furry community really knows how to treat their artists right, and I always want to show love to all of my furry friends in the communities that I'm in, because, like, y'all just treat me right. I don't know I don't know what it is about me, but I appreciate y'all. So if there are any furries in the chat, just know I appreciate you, because you guys always treat me right whenever you commission me. So, like, thank you for that. Like, seriously, that's not like a joke or anything. I truly appreciate that. And then I ended up kind of, like, becoming a furry. It's really weird. I became a furry not because, like, I was super into the fandom or anything, but weirdly enough because my girlfriend was one. I had already known how to draw furry stuff by that point because I had been working with, you know, furry clients for a while who just really liked getting their stuff done in my style, which was awesome. And then, when my girlfriend and I started dating, she's a huge furry. Like, my girlfriend has this cute black cat persona that she has that's adorable. It's also what I based Morgana in my lore off of. So whenever you guys see the little black cat that is my familiar in my lore, she is heavily based off of my girlfriend and her persona. uh, because of who I am as a person, because, you know, being cute and gay is kind of my thing, if you can't tell. Uh, but so, she was a huge furry, and then she started being like, hey, I kind of want to, like, you know, get art of us made together and stuff, and I would love to commission you art of us together, but, like, I really want to get stuff of my persona. You should have one. And I was like, okay. And that's literally how I ended up with a persona, and now I'm just here, and now I vibe. I have a little mountain lion persona. 2 days ago, I played Magic with two furries. Best day of my life. Yeah, like, and I know that there are, like, as with any fandom, literally ever, you know, there are always bad eggs, right? Like, I know that there are bad, nasty furries out there who do bad things and are mean people and whatever. But, like, there's something to be said, I think, about the fact that, like, every single interaction I've had with furries, they have shown the people around them more kindness than, like, most people in my daily life do. Like, the good ones y'all got are the best ones, I swear to God. I don't even know why I'm, like, fully rendering this part. This is gonna be covered by the moons, but this is where I'm at right now. This is absolutely not going to be visible once I add the moons in front, but that's fine. That's entirely fine, actually. Oh. The cave noise. Mossy. Mossy, how dare you jump scare me like that? Entered the art zone. Yeah, I just entered the art zone and we're here now. It's also just like a habit. Welcome back, Mossy. It's become a habit from working with Live 2D so often that, like, I just have to draw everything. Yippee! Yeah, whoa, wait, hold on. I hear, ah! Not the creeper noise. But, it's become a habit, of mine to just, because I work with Live 2D so often, and I do animated pieces, oh, thank you for the save reminder, I will save right now, but to just kind of go through and draw everything. Hello, we got two savior arts. You and Batsy, same brained, all of that. Came here to co-work, but I'm struggling to think of something to draw. Oop. Oh, that's a big mood. Honestly, if I can't ever think of anything to draw, my go-to is to just, like, practice and make portraits and stuff. Like, I'll either practice poses that I normally find difficult, and just kind of turn them into something if I like how they're coming out, or I'll just do portraits. Like, I've done this before while I'm on stream, where, like, I'm like, I want to draw, but I don't know what I want to draw, so we're gonna draw a headshot of one of my D&D characters that I've already drawn 800 times, but we're doing it again because I say so. Like, it's just kind of how I am with drawing. My default no thoughts, head empty, I need to draw thing is just drawing, like, headshots and portraits. So if y'all ever catch me doing that on stream, where it's like, hey, we're gonna do an art stream, also it's a simple headshot, congratulations, you have caught me on a no thoughts, head empty day. Yeah, it's always either, like, portraits or practice if I can't think of what to draw. Also, I hope y'all are enjoying the vibey music we have going on right now. Aster, who made our custom entrance music, like our starting soon music, also made this lo-fi track for us for whenever we do drawing streams. So I just kind of have it on repeat as some nice background music while we chill and talk, you know? I'm so happy with it. It came out so freaking good. They did such an amazing, phenomenal job on the music they made us. And if y'all aren't following Aster, I believe it's Aster Lavindia, if I'm pronouncing the last name on their Twitter handle correctly. It is down in the description of all of my like credits and panels and everything as the creator of our music. Um, but y'all should go and give them a follow on Twitter. Their music is fucking awesome. And they do such a great job making music for VTubers and stuff. Please, please, please go give them a follow. Because the music that they've made us is so nice and chill, and it gets our vibes, like, just right, I think. Like, they did such a fantastic job. I'm in this art brainscape where I have 1,000 sketches open in Clip right now, but I can't seem to finish any of them. Oh, that's a big mood. So, I mentioned that I sketched this last night. It wasn't the only thing I sketched. We might go through and make the other one at some point, too, but I also sketched, where is it? I sketched this. I was just doing, like, some pose practice. I've been really into drawing, like, a lot of floaty poses lately, and, like, trying to not just draw people standing. Ooh, excuse me. I've been trying not to draw people standing as much, and trying to branch into, like, sitting poses and floating, and just kind of more movement-based posed. So I sketched this last night. I don't know what I'm gonna make of it, but it's there. It's staying there for right now. Yeah, floaty falling poses are just, like, really fun, Catman. I don't know why. I always get drawn to them, and, like, any pose where someone is also using magic, clearly, I also just kind of go, hee hee, it's mine now. I want to draw myself constantly, doing silly little magic things. I'd co-work, but finding a way to set up an optional functioning space is not happening. That is understandable, have a nice day, B. You know, finding a good space to work is hard a lot of the time. I feel like, hang on, hold on. It's you. This should be like that. That's why it's reading weirdly to me right now. I'm fixing a line that I don't even have to fix, because again, no one's going to see this once the moons are in place, but here I am. Also, big art tip, if you are sketching, even if you have an undersketch, look at your sketch, like, or not your sketch, your line art, without the sketch layer on as you're working every once in a while, because sometimes if I forget to do that, I then turn my sketch off and go, why does my line art look like ass? Like, and then I have to go and fix all of it. I don't know why that is, but something about having the sketch underneath makes me think my line art looks different than it does, and it means I have to go back and fix things a lot when I forget to do that. I'm coloring on Clip and working on an art trade for one of my best friends. Oh, that's awesome. I miss having, like, the time and stuff to do art trades. I want to do another art trade with my friends soon. I want to see if one of my buddies would be up to doing an art trade with me, because I love their work and I just like drawing them. I love drawing my friends, y'all. I think drawing my friends is the best thing, actually. I'm gonna, like, half draw this, because this is also gonna get covered up by an arm eventually. Also, big art tip, because, like, I'm doing it right now because it's become habit for me, and I know I do it because I work in Live Diddy, but it is just, like, a really good thing to do in general. Draw through things. Like, if you have a hand that's in front of, like, a chest or something, draw the chest underneath it first, and then draw the hand on top and erase the chest afterwards. Especially if it only covers part of the thing. Because if it only covers part of the thing, and you try to kind of draw around it and then draw the hand on top of it, it's not gonna look right. It's gonna look like you drew around it and then kind of drew the thing on top of it, and that there was nothing that existed underneath. I think it's a really good idea to try to draw through things so that way things seem cohesive and like there was something underneath it, actually. So, you know, just little things you can do. And, like, yeah, it takes longer that way, but it also looks better, at least when I do it that way. I'm bad at not drawing through things. If I don't draw through things, nothing looks right anymore. I think I'm gonna leave the stripes off of my pants for now, and we're just gonna do that during coloring, because every time I line the stripes on my pants, coloring becomes a giant pain in the ass when I go to, paint the pants later. I love floaty poses so much. My next rig model is going to be floating around. Oh, that's awesome, Batsy. One of my friends actually just recently opened up their commissions, and God, I try so hard to be that person who, like, makes all of their own stuff, right? But man, the temptation to just try to find the money to have one of my friends rig a new model for me is real. Um, One of our Pride Prism siblings, Fairy Sammy, who is wonderful and beautiful, and they make amazing, amazing live 2D works. Just opened up their commissions, and when I saw them open up, I was like, oh man, to be able to have a model made by Sammy would be sure something. Because they do some wild stuff with their rigging, and their art style is just beautiful. I've never been more tempted to order from someone else instead of making it myself. Hi Willow, how's it going? I hope you're having a good day. Give me 1 second, y'all. I have a message I just need to check real quick. I am being summoned by the mod team to be like, hello, are you here? There we go. I fucking love Sammy. I want them to make my model one day, especially because they do amazing things with fat characters. Yeah, same! Listen, big mood. I love that Sammy's models are so inclusive to plus-size people. Like, Sammy was one of the people who, when I was first making the model that you see in front of you, what made me so encouraged to be like, have your body fucking actually reflected in your model. And like, I know it's a little hard to see because I'm like behind Boo and stuff. Let me move myself a little. But like, if you can't tell, hi. I'm not skinny. I'm a little bit chunky. Move myself back to where I'm supposed to be standing real quick here. There we go. It's much more noticeable now that I'm in my summer clothes, because I know I tend to bundle up in my cozy little my cardigans and my little collared shirts and stuff with all the fuzzy layers over it. But yeah, I enjoy that this model is a good representation of my actual body type, because I experience a lot of like I don't know if it's body dysphoria or body dysmorphia or both. But por qué no los dos? So VTubing has sort of helped me find a love for my own body again, weirdly enough, because, you know, I'd get to practice drawing myself how I am and making it move just like I do. I'm here, the party can start now. Hi, Tubi! Also, Catman, yeah, let me type Sammy's Twitter @ in the thing. It's... Pardon me if I spell this wrong. I can't remember if there's 2 I's or not. Yeah, it's either how Batsy typed it or how I typed it. Please forgive me. I am so fucking bad at spelling anything when it's not in front of me. But their artwork is fucking phenomenal and amazing, and everyone should follow them. This is now a stream of plugging my Pride Prism siblings. You cannot stop me. Actually, a really easy way to find them also is under my stream where it says my stream team. It'll actually have a link to Pride Prism and all of our members, and Sammy is one of the members, so you'll be able to find them through there as well. Oh no, Tubi is committing crimes. You scared the new player? Yeah, no problem, Catman. Am I avoiding drawing the arms because I know inevitably it means I'm going to have to draw hands? Yes. Shush, you don't know that. I have a sort of cello body shape, a medium top chest, narrow waist, but then big hips and thighs around a tummy. So I've been trying to incorporate that into my model, and it helped me find comfort and confidence in myself. That's awesome, Party Possum. I love when people use their models in order to just sort of kind of get to know themselves a little bit more. I think it's like a really great way to kind of branch out and find new ways of loving yourself, you know? I may have made an interesting character choice last night. Tubi, what did you do? What game is this for? What have you been doing? One of Sammy's TikToks has a part where their titties flew away, and I feel that that's inspirational. Big mood. That's actually something that all of my models incorporate into their stuff. That is a part that I wish I had. My models are half what I look like and half what I wish I looked like. Like, I wanted this model that you see to have a body type similar to mine. So, you know, I'm a little chunky. I'm a little chunky guy. But I also do not have top surgery in real life because I cannot afford it. But my models all have top surgery. You will notice that I have a bare-ass chest right now that you can see kind of poking through my shirt. My models all also have, like, the whole body rigged, which is why I can have multiple outfits the way that I do. All of my bodies have, like, Barbie doll features underneath them, basically, so I can take my clothes off and rearrange them however the fuck I want with outfits and things like that, which makes rigging like a nightmare. Please don't do this unless you want to hate yourself for hours on end. But because of that, I have the capability of adding new outfits to my models whenever the hell I want, and not having to worry about, like, oh no, I didn't actually have a stomach on my model because it was covered by the original outfit. So I don't have to worry about that. I have, like, a full body underneath this. And I turn the pieces on and off as necessary for when I'm changing outfits and stuff like that. I may have hit another PC for, like, 80 damage in one shot. Tubi! That's very sexy, first of all. 80 damage in one shot, that's very nice. Also, why? My current model has no arms, only sleeves. That's how most people will rig their models, and that is an entirely correct way of rigging models because it doesn't involve you hating yourself afterwards most of the time. I'm chronically insane and decided that for both of my models, because I have two finished models right now. One of them is one of them is my old model. It was my 1.0 model, and then the other one is this one. I also have drawn a chibi model that's the same way, and I also have now this in the works. This is my 3.0 model, which is what I'm actually drawing that in the other piece. But all of these have, like, Barbie doll features, or Ken doll features in this case, underneath them, because I want to be able to go crazy with other outfits and little random things, and that it means that I need to have all of the parts of my body able to be visible at some point in case I need them. So basically, I'm just, you know, making tons of extra work for myself because of who I am as a person. I love the cap on 3.0. Wait, what cap? The cap? I'm not wearing a hat. What you talking about? He was puppeteering my character's dead son's body around, so I hit him and stormed off to go fight a dreadlord by myself. How the fuck did that happen? Oh, Cape. Fucking okay. I can read. I should have been able to infer that you meant Cape there. I'm stupid, Batsy. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. We're actually, so not shown here because, good lord, my layers are a mess. But, eventually, this isn't going to show properly right now, but it's going to be all sparkly on the bottom. And these are going to be rigged so that the sparkles can move around and stuff. And it's going to be all ghosty, which is going to be really cool. I want to, I actually started drawing, close this part. Just like that. I started to sketch out my original outfit onto this model as well, because I don't know if I want the original outfit on this or not. But I need to change some things about it. I don't know. It doesn't feel right, this new model. I might change some of the things about the base outfit that I normally always wear. And make it a little different for the new model. We'll see. I can't wait to draw this little guy. Look at him. Look at little Beauregard. He's just chilling. Eventually I want to have like a fully rigged chatbot on, I don't know if it's going to be on this model or if it's going to be for later, because I love our Beauregard chatbot that we currently have. He is beautiful and lovely, but I want to be able to have it be like a part of my model eventually. I've seen people doing that and it looks so cool. So that's just another piece of rigging that I'm going to try to see if I can learn how to do. God knows I'll probably scuff the hell out of it, but we're going to try. Let's see. We're getting into the fun part now, and by the fun part, I mean Cass has to draw hands, which is always a fucking experience with me. I'm just gonna go, and I'm gonna kind of like reline the initial sketch of the hands that I did, because I admittedly did this hand sketch like super fucking quickly, and wasn't really thinking about it all that much. I might also look up some hand references, actually, because I can already feel myself not doing this correctly. Just gonna kind of break this down into squares and see if we can fix it up myself first. This is like how I normally draw hands, and it's apparently really weird because I never see anyone else doing it this way. I don't make my fingers into those little like round sausagey shapes. I make them into squares. I don't like squares and rectangles. I don't fully understand why. It's just how my brain decides that this is how they need to be broken down. For some reason, this makes much more sense in my head than trying to make it round right off the bat is, and then I kind of round them out when I'm actually finishing up the drawing. The son in question was an animated armor who died a long time ago. Oh, very Full Metal Alchemist of YouTube. His body was left as a taunt by one of the villains in one of our campaigns, so this guy decided to cast animate objects on him. Terrible! Hey, Tubi, attacking that player, in my opinion, was justly deserved, and I don't normally do PC versus PC combat. It has to, for our group, we try to make it something that's like agreed upon by the whole group if it's going to happen. Because, you know, you don't want players to fight each other, right? Like, you want their characters to fight, not the players. So if there's a problem, we need to talk it out first and make sure everything's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And then... okay, we're starting to work it out. Rectangles are way easier. Yeah, they just make the shapes easier. And for me, like, when you're thinking about an object in 3D space, especially if, God forbid, the fingers are pointing, like, towards you in perspective, the drawing them as squares makes it easy for me because I can think of them as cubes, which is much easier for me to think about in, like, a three-dimensional space kind of way than, like, a sphere, you know? Because, like, okay, like, for example, I'm just gonna kind of... if this was like the front plane of the hand, this is where the palm is, this is where the thumb goes. You can kind of like, and then, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there would be like cubes, basically, coming off. And this can show like how, that's not how a finger would bend, but you get the idea. Like this can show how the fingers bend. And it's just, it's squares. It's squares, and that's a fucking hand now. like, do you know what I mean? Oh, it was universally agreed that it was justified? The guy that I hit excused himself as, I'm not a good person, you know this. Okay. Tubi, I hope you crit him next time that happens. I draw a lot of claws too, though, which is easier to do with squares rather than circles. Yeah, and like, and now that I've gotten this drawn like this way, it's so much easier for me to just like lower the opacity and then go to my line art brush and be like, this goes like this, and like I'm not actually trying, but you know, and you round the fingers out then. Yeah, that's just, I don't know, it's much easier for me to break down hands that way than to do it with circles. Oop, I did not mean to delete that layer. We need that. It has the actual hand I'm drawing on it. Yeah, no, squares for hands and fingers. Superior. Greater than symbol. Can I have the layer that I'm supposed to be drawing on, please? Been doing a lot of party conflict with that character. May have been the point of no return for that relationship. Honestly, that would be fair and justified. By the way, I love party conflict. Like, we've had some characters in our campaigns have to, like, have some very serious conversations and have some very serious showdowns with each other before that have been super emotionally charged that I've really loved. If you do it right with your players, as long as the players, like, themselves are cool with each other and stuff, and it's not becoming like a weird drama thing, it can be so much fun to play out storylines like that. I love doing stuff like that. I do the square method as the second phase, kinda. The first phase is a vague hand-shaped squiggle. Oh, like Big Mood, though. I also do that as, like, a second phase. Like, you can even see it in this image. Like, I didn't really, like, use shape language on the initial sketch very much for this. It's, like, it's just some lines of, like, this is kind of where the thumb is, and then there's fingers over here. I don't know. And then, like, I figure it out actually afterwards. Which I want to get better and stop doing that eventually, because I know that the more, like, time and effort that I put into drawing things like hands, the more satisfied I'm going to be when I draw them. But it's really hard, especially because, like, I have such frustration when drawing them, you know? And, like, I know a lot of artists feel that way because hands are the devil when it comes to art for most people. But it is something I want to really try to improve on this year, is, first of all, drawing poses with more hands in them, and not just in, like, the, oh, there happens to be a hand sitting in the same pose at their side. Like, when I first drew this, I was like, this is good, it has a good composition, it actively puts the hands in the picture, so that way I have to force myself to draw them. Like, and I have to draw them doing things that I'm not necessarily, like, super useful, or used to anymore. Like, so I'm kind of proud of myself for forcing myself into that mindset. Sometimes you just gotta do it, you know? Yeah, this is D&D. The whole party has a tendency to underestimate my character and treat her as a rambunctious, fighty little lady, but she's got a nat 20 intelligence and is very calculating about everything she does. Oh, it's that campaign! Okay, I know what campaign you're talking about now, too, because you've told me about it before. Yeah, no, I personally hope that your character kicks everybody's ass in that campaign. As she deserves to. I spent an entire semester in community college art classes drawing only hands. When I finally went to art school, I was actually competent at hands. Not great, but, like, not bad. See, that's kind of how I feel about myself right now. I don't think that I'm great at hands. Like, one of these days, I want to get to the point where, like, I look at a hand and go, that is sexy, thank you. I'm not there yet, but we're gonna get there. Like, at this point, I think that my hands are passable, and that is, I'll take it. Like, you know, it's not perfect, but it's passable, and I will take that. Let's see, how do I want to, like, hang on. I put my hand like this. Yeah, you got the muscle here, and then muscle here. Also, learning how the muscles of the hand works is, like, a huge part of making your hands just look right, which is something that I'm still learning how to do, clearly, but, I'm getting there. It's definitely, like, a getting there sort of thing. How do I want to... I need to get better at drawing tummies. I've gotten good at chub and fluff, but I can't do abs for shit. Oh, Big Mood. That was actually one of the biggest challenges with drawing this new model. I would show the, chest and stuff on stream, but I don't know if I'm gonna get Twitch TOS'd for that, so I'm not going to, because I could just take the shirt off of this model. But yeah, drawing abs and, like, male chests for me are hard. I can draw boobs all day, like nothing. it's so much easier for me. I grew up mostly drawing female characters though, so male forms are a lot harder for me, which I think is really funny considering, you know, who I am as a person. um, but I've been getting better with it with practice, which is part of why I have been dedicating so much time to drawing my new model, because I want my new model to be a masculine model. I know that I try to tread the line between like androgynous with this current model, although I still admittedly sometimes get misgendered while using it. I'm hoping that it's just because of my voice. I'm hoping that the aesthetics come off like the way that I want them to, and that people can kind of tell that like, hey, this is not a girl. There are no tibbies happening here. Um, but I really wanted like a more masculine presenting model, and so that's why I started on my 3.0 model, was I really wanted to kind of glam it up with that and have a more masculine presenting form. And I've got like lore reasons and stuff planned for why my character changes their form and their shape sometimes too, which I think are going to be really fun. We're going to get into like lore comics and stuff with all of that at some point, which is going to be really cool. And I hope that all of y'all enjoy that when we do it. It's kind of started the finger. It would be kind of higher up than I don't know if we would actually see that very much. Yeah, just kind of like that. She's bonding with the bard and the blood hunter of our party, but our cleric and other artificer are on bad terms. Bad idea, as my lady is the party tank. Yeah, post some art of her in the Discord. 2B, I love your art so much. Your art's so pretty. Like, if I... Hold on. I'm admittedly looking at this backwards, because I can't change my hand to be this shape. Hang on. Let me see if I can find, like, a reference image real quick. A moment, y'all. Just kind of go. Come here. I want to see if I can find someone in the same, like, who has their hands doing this kind of thing. I can sort of figure it out from there. Because normally what I do is, like, I'll just look at my own hand, you know? But, unfortunately, since I'm looking at myself from the opposite direction as the camera is looking at me in the drawing, it, makes it so I can't fucking see properly how you would do that. Let's see. There's gotta be something. I just type in, like, hand poses on Google. There's gotta be something that shows the correct pose that I'm thinking about. I have a game theory about how people perceive model gender. This applies to mostly androgynous character, but I think eye shape is something that people judge. Yeah, they totally do. And I recognize that, like, my character has, like, the big round eyes, but that's just, I don't know. I'm just a scrungly little guy. Like, so I know that a lot of times I do still get clocked as being a gal, because of how my model is drawn. But I personally think that, that should not matter, and that it's, you know, I've got my damn pronouns on the screen and shit. Like, it shouldn't be that hard, right? I'm just gonna flip this so that way it's the correct way facing. I can actually see how that's drawn. Ooh, hello. I have done a mistake. Okay, cool. It will still stay above it, so I can use it as a reference image. Neat. Sorry, I was opening a picture of a hand up, so that way I can see how the hand is supposed to sit with this. Down. No. This last finger does kind of line up here, and then it comes down big. I'm gonna draw it really roughly first so I can just kind of get the positioning of it right. Like that. Which is kind of what I had drawn. One of the other things I really want to try drawing at some point, and maybe I'll try to add it to this hand here, but I want to get better at, like, making my hands more descriptive, if that makes sense. Like, I don't normally draw fingernails and stuff on my hands just because that's... I stylize my hands and make them a little bit more cartoony. And, you know, you don't really need that when you're doing that. Let's not erase the actual hand that I just drew. But I want to get better about that. I want to see if maybe I can take my hands and make them more visibly descriptive and feel more hand-like by adding things like fingernails and stuff like that. One of the very few pieces of digital art I've done recently. Ooh, okay, now I want to see. Hang on, I'm opening the Discord. Hang on. Look. Give me the Discord. Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, I remember this picture, Tubi. You've shown me this before. I love them. Tubi, I can't remember. Your character's pronouns are they she, her? I cannot remember. Are they she, her? Are they them? Where am I? Who am I? What am I? You've told me about so many characters I don't remember. But their design is freaking beautiful, and I love them. Regardless. I don't like how this is, like, joining here. I don't know why. She, they? Okay. Well, they are beautiful, and I love her. Well, let's try to see if we can add some fingernails that don't look weird as hell. Here. Because that is something I do legitimately want to get much better about. Is just having my hands be a bit more descriptive in that, right? And maybe it'll help me figure out the forms more too, because admittedly, I am kind of ignoring the fact that there are fingernails and stuff there most of the time when I draw hands. I don't know, I always feel like it makes my hands look weird whenever I draw them with fingernails, you know? It makes them look like not... like, almost sausagey and not pointed enough? I don't know why. I don't think you'd be able to see the fingernail on the... I'm gonna make the... right at the top, though. Yeah, look! A hand, y'all! It's a Christmas miracle, I say, in April. Also, hi Pottermus Prime, thank you so much for the offerings to the ghosts. And also, thank you very much, Witchsteria, for reminding me to save. I will do that in just a moment. I'm just, erasing the part underneath this handout. Oh, all the redeems right now. Let me take a drink as well. Hold on, hang on. Let's catch back up here. Let me erase this. Erase that, and this, there, now it looks like it's, like, kind of fitting all together properly. So, merge these two layers. Let's save. Let's fix that up. And then let's take a quick drink together. I'm going to take a drink of water this time, so that way I'm not just drinking energy drinks today. If you are here with us in chat, you should also take a drink of water or some other type of beverage with me. Anything that is not alcoholic counts. If you have an energy drink, if you have tea, what have you, please remember to hydrate yourself today. Love that. Proud mom who happens to be a weapons developer. Tubi, I have one response to that, and that is that Briar's moms are all looking at you disrespectfully. Can they be friends, Tubi? Hashtag, having weaponsmiths as moms challenge, with one of my D&D players. Or D&D characters, I mean. Let's see. Alright, now we gotta tackle the other hand, and I'm gonna level with y'all. I'm not fucking looking forward to the other hand. I am definitely grabbing some kind of reference for the other hand, because I hate drawing that palm up kind of pose. Let's see if I can find one. Let me bring this over here so I'm not looking at it. specifically, I need it to be where the thumb is kind of in front, and you can kind of see the hand popping out a little bit. Because, of course, I've picked the worst possible way for this to look in my head for me to draw. Let's see. I see ones that kind of come close, but they're not, like, quite right. Oh man, she'd get along with Robin and Esmeralda, but not Carmen. Listen, I don't think anyone gets along with Carmen. It's fine. One of my D&D characters has 3 adoptive parents, and they're all very gay, and they all kind of represent different aspects of being a parent, because they're all meant to kind of characterize the different parts of that. So we have, like, you know, the kind mom, the cool mom, and then the really strict mom. And no one gets along with Carmen, because she's the strict mom. No one does. It's fine. That's just how Carmen is. Registered trademark. I'm gonna fist fight whoever got me sick. Oh no, Pottermus, you're sick? I hope you feel better. I keep seeing hands that come close but aren't quite right, and it's making me... just making me angy. I'd also love if Opera could stop doing whatever it is doing right now. Like, that one's kind of close. I could try to use that one. Just kind of use that as like a jumping point to kind of figure out the finger positions while I'm drawing this. It's the palm up poses are always really hard for me, which is why I'm trying to find a decent reference for it. Especially when, because like again, the fingers are going to be coming at me in space kind of. So I want to make sure that I'm showing that correctly, because that is something that I normally struggle with. You know what? We'll figure it. Over here. That one. I'm just kind of looking at all of these other like hand posed drawings and photos and things like that to kind of get an idea of like, hey, this is kind of where this goes maybe. Let's start figuring this one out. We'll lower this down again. So I always like to think of hands as pentagons, because on this converging triangle right here, you can essentially add another piece on top, and it becomes the thumb, if that makes sense. I feel like this is part of it. This needs to be longer going this way. Do 1, 2, 4. Like that, I guess? I say I guess questioningly. Finger is kind of... they sort of bend, you know, because like I'm kind of cupping the... problem is that I don't really have that shape on the down, because it should really come inwards and then, shouldn't it? This is going to take a little bit of finagling. It's fine. Yeah, this should be more like that. And this finger would also kind of do a similar thing. Bit of a split. this one is gonna start. So this one's gonna get bent like even further into perspective. Doing one thing wrong. Those actually look right. This one's just not one. Also, this is something really weird about hands as well. Whenever I'm drawing hands that I've noticed anyway, is that, like, because I draw them as squares, it's much easier for me to draw them when they're folding, weirdly enough, because when I draw them folding as, like, circular shapes, it looks really weird to me, and I have trouble sketching over the top of it to make it look more like a hand afterwards. But if I draw it like it's almost like a piece of flat paper that's folding, I don't have that problem anymore. So, like, instead of trying to make it do that, you know, I just draw it like it's sort of two different pieces. And then for some reason it makes more sense to me when I sketch it out later. I don't know why. Don't ask me why that happens. I do not know. It is simply my brain being silly. I gotta go grab myself something to drink. Yeah, get yourself something to drink, B. Enjoy. Yeah, Art Brain do funky things for real. I don't know why my brain decides to do that, but it sure does. I know that this is a very messy hand sketch right now, but I promise it's gonna make sense eventually. Get kind of cocked out a little bit more. And the other thing I really want to keep in mind is, like, this kind of bends around where the palm is there, which I know looks really wonky the way I've drawn it right now, but we're going to clean it up later. I just need to kind of figure out this one. I feel like they do separate when I just kind of hold my hand like that. They do separate kind of naturally, so... space there that I just haven't. See, that doesn't look right to me. It's something about the way the palm is versus the fingers, because the fingers feel okay to me right now, at least for like how I know I'm sketching them versus the palm itself. This is wrong. You're not. Size this down a little bit and maybe use a little bit more of my original sketch to figure this out. So what we should have is this part of the should come in a little bit more, and this should be here instead. The muscle that I drew is too wide for what it should be, I think. My cat is pouting in his tree because I won't let him eat plastic. That's every cat, literally ever. I have to yell at my cats all the time. Actually, you know what? For those of you who are members of our Discord, I just looked over and my cats are both passed the fuck out on my bed. I'm gonna take a picture of them real quick and post it in our little Discord because y'all should look at them when they're sleeping together. It's the cutest thing. Like, this is something the world needs to see, I promise you. Go over to the pets channel. We have fun on our Discord, by the way. I want to start working on like some more formal like community days and stuff where we can, like, you know, keep watching movies and shows together. It's been posed to us that we should all watch RWBY together at some point, so we might end up doing that. Pet pics. Dream time is sleepy time for the kitties. Yeah, Party Possum, if you do !Discord in chat, we have a Discord available. When you first join, you will not have access to all the channels because we have to verify that you're not like a bot or anything first. All you gotta do is join the Discord and then fill out all the stuff it tells you to fill out when you first join. It's like, hey, react to all these roles and the rules and stuff, and then post a little intro and stuff, so that way we know you're like a real person and not a bot kind of thing. Something is irking me about the shape of this. Let's come. Salutes. Yeah, no, we try to make it as simple as possible. I know it's a little annoying that you don't get access to the member role at first, but it makes it so we don't have to worry about getting like hate rated, and I would much rather have that as the trade-off than have to deal with that. So the thumb is bothering me. It's the thumb, it's not the fingers. I hate that I got the first hand right on like the very first try and I'm struggling with the second one, but that is what it is. I definitely need to learn to set up those things for my own. I'm very Discord illiterate. Listen, I am too. I am very lucky that I have friends who know how to do things on Discord, because I am bad at it. I fully admit that I rely on my friends. Like, a lot of the people in Pride Prism are fucking amazing, and they will help me with like the moderation aspect of Discord and like the setting up aspects because I suck at it. Casium is an honorary mod, we will say. He does not actively mod on my server, but he does help me with tech stuff whenever I need it, and I appreciate that more than he can possibly know because I don't know how to use Discord. I'm very bad at it. Why can I not figure out where this thumb is supposed to go? It should be like in here somewhere. Because you'd have the muscle here. Hey, no. I could also be really cheeky and do something that I've absolutely done in the past but really don't want to do right now, which is taking the other hand and flipping it, because technically that would work for this pose. It's just not exactly what I had in mind originally. We might end up doing that if I can't, like, super figure out this stupid palm for some reason. Let's see. How to come? This is where the wrist is. Here. See, like, that doesn't feel terrible. It just doesn't feel quite right. It kind of goes like that. Turn down the opacity on this so y'all can see what I'm drawing. Some should kind of go like that. Right? I need to figure out Discord more. I've done small things like help set up friends' Discord servers, but that's all basically just channels and roles. Yeah, see, I can do channels and I can do roles. But anything beyond that, I'm the same way as Useronus. I am Discord illiterate. Like, all of my friends who are so much better at using Discord than I am, I owe my lives to. My whole livelihood is in their hands. Just, one of these days I'm gonna learn how to fucking manage my Discord myself and do all the cool stuff myself, but that requires time and patience, quite frankly, that I currently do not think I have. Okay, I think I might have it now. Possibly. This. Yeah, I think we might have it figured out now, maybe? We'll see. We'll see how this looks when I finish sketching it out. This would actually... Fingertips are weird. Can I just throw that out there, by the way? Fingertips are certainly a shape that I hate. Yes. Okay, we're definitely starting to get there with this hand. It's not quite right now, but it's definitely getting better. See, now it's reading a little bit better now, but it's still not right. I don't, Is something still distinctly wrong? It's something about the perspective, like it's not pushing into the space the way that I want it to. Bring the... Let's see. None of the other references that I have up work for... This is one of the many times that I'm tempted to do what I do sometimes, which is, if you have really good friends like me, who you love very much, you can bribe your friends with snacks, by the way. This is one of my key traits as an artist. Pro art tip. If your friends are easily bribable with snacks, you message them on Discord and say, "Hi, I need a picture of your hand doing this. Can you send me a picture of your hand doing that?" And that's how you get art references from your friends. So many times, me and my friend Groma, who I love very, very much, are both artists. And I always, like, whenever either of us need anything, it's always, like, just a quick DM of, like, "If you do this, I will give you snacks." Like, like, if you do this, next time we see each other, you will have snacks. I will give them to you. And if I cannot, for the fucking life of me, figure that out, that might be what we end up doing here. We'll see. Oh, I think I see what it is, actually. Yeah, I didn't even have to bribe you for the bag over the head one, B. B has also done quite a few Pose reference stuff for me in the past, because he loves me and he's amazing. Please appreciate your mods, especially when they also provide Pose references for you. But I think because I'm looking at a hand reference that is kind of similar to what I'm drawing right now. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. And I think I see the problem. I have not made the palm, like, long enough, and it's making the palm look like it's foreshortened more than the fingers, which is causing the problem that we are having. So if I just kind of reposition this down here, we can start kind of fixing that. And it is also, the thumb is like weirdly placed. We're gonna fix that. Because like the fingers, I was right, look mostly okay. This muscle here. This comes kind of like this. I wish being a paid DM could get me as much income as my current job. I keep getting the itch of wanting to do even more D&D than the large amount I already do. Oh, that's a big mood. Zerone is same. I would love to be a paid DM at some point. Like, I don't feel like I'm good enough though, you know? Like, I always, I look at like what paid DMs can do and I'm just like, oh god, all of what I do is very like homebrew and rule of cool-y, and I'm so worried that like, you know, no one wants that, right? Like, I always worry that my D&D isn't real D&D, you know? Which I know is really stupid to worry about, but it's a thing. It is a thing that I think about literally constantly. Oh, thank you, Pottermus. I really appreciate that. Pottermus, I can't wait for this session. I'm so excited for this session for you, for me. I'm so excited for Nikolai. Like, I've been having, admittedly a little bit of DM's anxiety. So forgive me if I get, a little bit, anxiousy here for a moment, but I have been so worried recently because, like, y'all keep finding ways, alright? Like, I keep trying to make this about your characters and, like, getting into their backstories, like how I normally do in my campaigns, and you guys find a fucking way to bring it back to this big plot line that's surrounding this one NPC that I have. You keep finding ways to do it. And every time it keeps happening, I'm just like, I'm so worried that like you guys are gonna think that I'm focusing too much on this NPC and what's kind of going on with him rather than your characters. And it's like, I get nervous, and I know that you guys are doing it on purpose because I know you love him. I know you guys want to see what's going on with him and want to see kind of the major plot of this story that's happening. But, like, I always worry that you guys are gonna get annoyed and that you guys are gonna be like, why are you focused on your NPC more than our characters? And I'm like, I'm trying. You guys just keep finding ways to make it about him. I'm looking directly at Wolf fucking Raider when I say that right now. He wasn't supposed to be here. Like, So, for reference for people who are not my players, my characters are currently traveling through the Plane of Dreams right now, through basically dream bubbles, and yes, I know that sounds very Homestucky, and it's because I grew up being a Homestuck, so a lot of my stuff calls back to things like that. Sue me. Please don't, actually. But, so they found a dream bubble that belonged to an old hero, basically, and they are trying to restore the memories of two party members, and they have ways of doing that through these dream states. And they didn't bring my NPC with them this time. He purposefully left the party. I actually made him leave the party for both story reasons and so we could get, like, more focus on some other stuff that's happening throughout the campaign. That isn't so, like, heavily major plot based, so I could basically give my players a break. And the very first thing these guys did when they fucking got there was, hey, if Nikolai's asleep right now, we can poof him here. and one of them did that. And I was just like, I had taken him away from you, you absolute bastard, Groma Dragon. I know Dana's not in the chat right now, but my player Dana poofed this NPC back to where they were, basically. After I had purposefully taken him away so we could do some fun stuff about other people. And my players have just apparently decided that no, he stays, actually. Fuck you. Which I think is funny. And also very, very fitting for our party as a whole, by the way, because my party has this nasty habit. Oh, the cave noise. My party has this nasty habit of adopting every NPC they fucking see. You cannot take him away from us. I tried. It didn't work. I did try, though. Hi, Mossy. But yeah, my party has a nasty little habit of adopting every single NPC that I make that has a name, and some of them that didn't have names that I ended up giving names on the fly because my party thought they were far more important than they were. Classes for the day are done? Awesome, I'm glad, Mossy. I hope you get to relax a little bit now. this would connect. We are slowly figuring out this hand. It's gonna happen, I swear to God. Yeah, adopting NPCs is a classic. Like, in the last campaign I ran, it was a running gag that I could not make an irredeemable villain. Because every time I made a villain, even the ones I wanted to be irredeemable, my party would find a way to be like, no, we're gonna help them, and they're gonna be ours now. We're keeping them. This is the new party pet. Like, it has committed many war crimes, but we're gonna fix him. Like, it's just, it became like a whole thing with a bunch of characters that, like, some of them were meant to be redeemable in the end. I had this character named Dinah who had the option of kind of swinging either way, where she had sort of become a villain because of some things that had happened in her backstory involving another player character, because she was a big backstory character for Pottermous, actually. I had always planned on having her have basically like a good ending and a bad ending, you know? And because of that, I was very, I guess, intrigued to see how my players would handle that. And they sure handled it. They sure took Dinah and said, she's ours, fuck off. We don't care that she's committed war crimes. We don't care that she's tried to kill us multiple times. We think she's neat, actually. Everything's fine. Yeah, everything's fine. And then she got a happy ending. Definitely. Totally didn't end tragically at all. Because my players half an A pressed through the end of my campaign and left a bunch of questions unanswered that caused a lot of happy endings for the characters to only be temporary, and it's the entire reason why we're doing a second campaign now, to answer a bunch of those questions. I love my players very, very much. My players may have done a little bit of a stupid. the smiling emojis, no! Pottermous, no! I'm still really looking forward to when y'all finally get your sorry asses to Asburin. That's gonna be something. It's sure gonna be something, Pottermous. You and me are gonna get to have some fucking conversations during that. I would like Ashran Ylvaris to go off on Nikolai, please. Please, just let her scream at him. He deserves it. I know he doesn't remember, and I don't care. Like, I want to see Ashran get the Ruby moment that she has been promised, alright? Ashran, out of anyone in this fucking party, deserves to have a moment. And pardon me for, this is going to be Ruby spoilers for the latest episode of Ruby that has come out, but Ashran deserves to have a moment where she looks at the party, or not even looks at the party, but looks at Nikolai, and just goes the fuck off, alright? She deserves that shit at this point. This woman missed her wedding to save the world, alright? Like, she has given up everything in order to just be able to fucking fix shit for other people, and I want to see her fucking lose it, okay? I want to see her go full dark, no stars, Angie mode. Because good god, that our funky little druid deserves the world. Minimum the world. It'd be more like this. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how the curve on this finger would go. This hand's not going to be perfect, but it's definitely getting there. I apologize that I'm taking so long to draw it, but it's good practice, you know? And I want to really get better at drawing the things that I find difficult, which means you guys are going to see a lot of scuffed drawing on stream. I'm not plotting and scheming. What are you talking about? Listen, Pottermous, I cannot wait for the moment you guys get to Asburn, okay? And I can't wait to play out all of the stuff I have planned for Edge either. Edge is Bee's character in this campaign. And we are currently in Edge's hometown, doing, amongst other things, some backstory stuff for him that is going to be so cool once it all plays out. And I'm really excited for it. Like, so super, super excited for it. Because I got to design the ancestral home of all were creatures, basically. Were creatures in Ginamai are completely accepted. It's not like a cursed thing that, like, you know, you have to hide away in, like, in certain types of media. It's just, you know, it's where you come from, and you have this thing that you are. Like, and so Edge is a were creature, and we are in his hometown, and he's avoiding all of his family members because he's being a little shit. And I get to explore the whys and hows of all of that with him. Isn't that right, buddy? Just By the way, B, I'm really curious, and I know that the brain cell has not been entirely there in some of our more recent games because you have obviously had a lot of stuff going on. But have you figured out the thing that I've been hinting at yet with your family? Have you caught on yet? I'm so curious. You might not have, and that's totally fine. I don't think anyone has, other than, like, I know Nikki has. Because Nikki DM'd me about it, and Tim knew from the get because I talked to him about it to see if he thought it would be funny. Oh, no, you have not? Okay, well, that's going to be very interesting. There's going to be a moment B, where you have every single right in the universe to punch me. It's fine. Because I'm doing a very evil. I'm doing a very, very evil. Can I make this last finger just be placed correctly, possibly? Hey, don't worry, it's not going to be as big of, like, a thing of when, like, I told Pottermist that he was going to be able to punch me, because when I told Pottermist that, like, there was going to be a point where he could turn around and punch me at the table, it was because I had lied to him about who Nikolai was, because he figured it out way too early and I didn't want to ruin the surprise. It's not that level. It's not that level, I promise that. But it is, you are going to have a moment where you look at me and you go, are you serious? Like, the angry face. Pottermous, no. This one finger just does not want to cooperate with me right now. Hang on. It's like, I've almost got this to where it feels right. Kind of sit on the hand like that. I think this one should also, like, come out a little bit more. Thank you for the save notification. I will save right now. Ooh, and the hydrate. Thank you very much. Let us take a drink real quick together. I'm gonna take another sip of my energy drink. I'm swapping back and forth. Every hydrate redeem is gonna be energy drink, then water, then energy drink, then water. So if you have anything non-alcoholic, please hydrate with me. If it's tea, if it's an energy drink, water, even if it's something like soda, just make sure you're drinking something today. If you can, try to get water, because that's the best part. But, you know, do what you gotta. Whoever made Sour Patch flavored energy drinks a thing, that was targeted at me specifically, and fuck you. Sour Patch Kids are, like, my favorite kind of candy ever. And I don't really eat candy all that much anymore. Just, I don't know. Over time, my affinity for sweet things has kind of gone down as I've gotten older. But Sour Patch Kids are my weakness. And if you put them in front of me, I'm not going to say no. Thank you, Batsy. Have a good rest. Coffee healed my headache. Coffee is holy water. You know what? You're right. That's so true. I wish I could have coffee more often. I have to be very, very careful with how much caffeine I take in. because I have a generalized anxiety disorder, and it is partially triggered by caffeine, unfortunately. So I have to be very careful about the levels of caffeine that I have. Like, there's a reason why I'm drinking this energy drink so slowly and not chugging it. Because realistically, I should only be having about half of what's in this energy drink at any given time. Okay, that is more what I was looking for. This is a hand now. Look, chat, a hand. Aren't you proud of me? It's an actual real hand. And I'm still gonna make some more tiny adjustments too, but you know. I feel like they made the thumb a little bit too big though. Let's see if I can size down the thumb. It's like a little bit more. Listen, Nia, if you can draw hands, you are the most powerful artist on the face of the planet. Artists who can draw hands and artists who can draw feet are the two most kinds of powerful artists out there. I am only halfway there. I can draw hands some of the time. This time is debatable. No, I liked it better the other way. I don't know, it felt like too thick that way though. I might just like, hang on, hold on. All my drawings are faceless like my dreams. Understandable, have a nice day. Listen, I've hyper-focused on drawing faces when I was younger, so now I can draw faces and fucking nothing else, it feels like sometimes. I always worry that my faces are the most developed part of my art style, and that's something that this year I'm trying very hard to overcome, is learning how to make all of my art feel cohesive and not just like the faces, and kind of experimenting with how I like to draw things. I was never good at names and faces. Understandable. Okay, that is a much better hand. We started with that. This monstrosity of a sketch, because I wasn't actually trying to draw it properly. But that is a hand. We can make that into line art now. So I'm gonna get rid of that layer, and we're gonna go, and I'm just gonna kind of erase out the hand on this part, so that way it doesn't like interfere with everything else that we're doing. There we go. This back up to % for just a second here. Hi, Octokai! How's it going? That's the lineup. We don't have to mess with that layer right now. People search references in Google. I use photos or my own hands as references. I do both. If it's a reference that I can manage to take a picture of with my own hand, then I will use my hand. And sometimes if I can't, I will use my friend's hands. But sometimes I just need references off of Google because, like, I can't figure it out. Also, thank you for the head pats. We love head pats. My friends are wonderful, and my friends will gladly take pictures of their hands for me if I ask them to. They've also done other reference photos for me before because my friends are amazing. Love your friends, guys. If you love your friends, they will love you back. Why can I imagine Cass going, gimme them hands? It's because I would. You're officially my third Oshi? Oh my gosh, thank you, Nia. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. I really appreciate that. Oshi marks are so cool. My first two are my parents. Understandable. Love that. So let's get these fingies figured out. Also, I'm kind of glad I started early today. I don't know if we're gonna do a shorter stream because I started a couple hours early, or if I'm just gonna kind of draw until I don't feel like drawing anymore. I might just kind of draw until I don't feel like drawing anymore. We'll see, because, like, I'm having a lot of fun right now. We're having a great time today. This would kind of We all have internet parents, it feels like. I don't know who my internet parents would be, because, like, I don't have model parents. Because I made my model. I drew my model and I rigged my model. Does that make me my own dad? Is this Homestuck? Am I my own dad? Hmm. I started watching only artists on Twitch. I'm not really into games right now. That's fair. I just like chill vibes, so I watch a lot of artists too. Plus, like, I don't know, I like learning from the people that I watch on Twitch. Like, I've learned a ton watching Sammy's streams. Sammy does some really cool art streams and rigging streams also, because they've been rigging their new model recently on their streams, and it's so fun to watch. Yeah, Big Mood, sometimes, even if you are a gamer, like, sometimes just, like, having, like, more chill streams that you can vibe in, where it's not always about, like, the game that they're playing or whatever, is kind of nice. With an existing sleep schedule, couldn't be me. I wish I had an existing sleep schedule. I had to take sleeping medicine last night because I keep accidentally realizing that it's 6 or 7 in the morning. And then going, oops, all-nighter, I guess. So last night I made myself go to sleep by taking some sleeping medicine to force myself to get back into an existing sleep schedule. Please love yourselves, chat. Have a sleep schedule. Don't be like me. This happens every time the seasons change for me. I don't know why. Because it happened when we were going into winter too. In like late November. It was like right after my debut. It was like early mid-November actually, probably. We were streaming 3 times a week, and then I got to this point because we were streaming Undertale, and I didn't want to stop streaming Undertale, because we used to have nighttime streams where it would be like 8 p.m. to like midnight I would stream normally. And whenever that would happen, I would stream Undertale and then not want to stop. So we would keep going at midnight, and we would stream until like 2, 3 in the morning sometimes. And bad things would happen to my sleep schedule after that, and I ended up realizing, like, hey, if you're gonna be doing this and you're gonna be playing games, you should probably change your schedule so you're streaming during the day. That way, if you want to stream for longer, you can stream for longer and not feel guilty about it, and not wake up the next day and not be able to function like a person. What time is it for me? Right now, for me, it is 2:42 p.m. I'm on Eastern Standard Time. I'm a filthy New Yorker. I'm a filthy New Yorker, even though I don't sound like that. How I find my internet parents jokingly asked to adopt me. Hear that they said that I am now their child. It's so easy! It's literally. Hang on, I'm looking at my hand models again, because this shows more. That's really more of a flat. We don't really need to imply that muscle, actually. Yeah, that's how Octokai ended up calling me dad. Was Octokai was just like, "Are you my parent now?" And I was like, "Basically." I have a ton of like VTuber kids anyway, just because I am a model parent for a lot of people, so because of that, I have tons of model kids as well. Which, by the way, I just want to say thank you guys, because I used to have a lot of like unresolved feelings, I guess, about being the mom friend or the parent friend. Because I get like kin assigned the parental figure of the group in every single friend group that I've literally ever been in. I don't know why. Something about me apparently screams, you're my dad. Boogie woogie woogie. That's me. That's just how it always ends up being with me. And y'all helped me kind of start feeling more comfortable with that again. Like, all the people who I've worked with, who call me their model parent and stuff, kind of helped me become more comfortable with it after for a long time where I wasn't comfortable with it anymore. So thank you guys for that. I really appreciate that. Y'all are the fucking best. Yeah, that's right. It was your birthday yesterday, Octai. By the way, happy belated birthday. I know I said happy birthday to you on the Discord, but I want to say it again, because it's your birthday. I thought it would be a little harder since I'm not a streamer and I was there for like a literal hour or two. Listen, like a lot of streamers just like our communities are like our friend groups and stuff. Like, and like please take this with a grain of salt, because there, for a lot of streamers, there is like a barrier there, you know. You don't want to be parasocial with your viewership and stuff like that. Oh, Crab Rave? Oh, Crab Rave? It's always Crab Rave time. It's for birthday time. Crab Rave birthday time. We love Crab Rave, especially for birthday. Crab birthday is best birthday. Oh god, hi. I made myself dizzy by shaking myself around so much like that. But yeah, but you know, try to keep it respectful with the streamers that you watch and interact with. A lot of them have boundaries, and those should all be respected. Some people are not comfortable being called like model parents or VTuber parents and things like that, but some people are fine with it. You just gotta make sure you're doing whatever is comfy for your streamer, and like, you know, recognize that we are also people, right? Like, we are people too, and we have our own thoughts and feelings and families and stuff outside of all of this. Keep it respectful, basically. Yeah, no problem, Nia. And like, listen, it is not to assume that you are necessarily one of the people who like ignores that stuff, but it is just something that like, I think when we talk about that kind of thing in general, we have to all kind of be reminded, like, hey, just remember, like, you gotta keep it cozy for your streamers too. Our feelings matter just as much as yours, because I've seen my friends go through some not great stuff with people being very parasocial before. Dad, what's your necklace? Oh, my necklace? It's a pentagram. It's a little pagan symbol that I can shake around when I whip my head back and forth. But it's a little 5-pointed star in a circle. It's a pentagram. The cave noise. It's very ooky spooky in here now. Oh, thank you for the head. I do small wiggles now. Alright, this is starting to look good. Although I will say, fuck. Fuck. I drew one of the hands too small. We're gonna size up this hand. It's a tad too small, it feels like. I'm stupid. The face? What face? This face? Is it this face that you're referring to? Or is it the... Booba? What booba? There is no booba here. There is no booba here. I yeeted my titties. The surprised one, the... Cass is dead, or my internet died. Did I die? I should still be alive. Oh no. Can everyone see me? Is it just Mossy? Dad booba. No. No, Dad booba. There is no booba. You cannot have the booba. It does not exist. The booba is a figment of your imagination. Mooba. Mooba I'll give you. We do have some Mooba going on in this image. Dooba? Oh god, now I have... Y'all know the fucking Oompa Loompa song from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory? I have that stuck in my head now because of this conversation. I blame all of you, chat. What is Mooba? It's Man Booba.
This is filth! Filth!
This is filth. That's understandable, B. This is filth. That is a valid use of the redeem. Yeah, Duba is Dad Booba. We have Duba, we have Mooba. Booba, Mooba, Dooba-dee-doo. I'm gonna... the urge for me to start singing the Oompa Loompa song, but with Mooba and Duba, is so strong right now, and I'm trying so hard to hold that back. We like Mooba and Duba, correct. This is Mooba and Duba hours.
Yippee!
Chat, what is happening right now? And then we have Doobie Doo Bop. Oh yeah, that's right, Perry the Platypus. I actually, weirdly enough, I don't know much about Perry the Platypus. I actually never saw the show, which I know says like a lot about me. But keep in mind, I was a sheltered kid, so like, go easy on me. I always like adding my neck shadow in the line art. That's like I should stop doing that though. I want to start like actually shading the neck instead of just making it part of the line art. It's an old habit from when I would make comics, which obviously focus more on lines than they do on color. I joined, the chaos started. Nia in here causing chaos all the time. Although we get pretty chaotic regardless, honestly. I'm looking directly at I believe it was Zeronis and Mod Tim when they posted the 10-page hamburger meme thing from Reddit into the chat bot. They started having Beauregard read 1 degree removed from hamburger at one point. That was very funny. We had a lot of fun with that one. Let's start, like, working out some of the stars and shit in the background here. Part of me wants to just use the brushes that I used before for this. The other part of me says, no, line it yourself and do it yourself. Let's see what it looks like. I give you a hamburger, and then the universe collapses inwards on itself, eventually. Because you gave me a hamburger. That meme is so funny. I had not heard that meme, by the way, when you all posted that. I have a question. I know you deal with the supernatural and ghosts. I was curious, are there ghosts of animals like cats? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that is one of the types of spirit that I work with. A lot of people have things like animal guides, and some of them have spirit guides that they work with that are animals that either were family pets of theirs or are spirits of other animals. So yeah, absolutely. Most definitely. I have to study biology and not only for art. Listen, biology and anatomy are so important for her. I used to have science textbooks when I was in college that were entirely not for artists, but they were like they were biology textbooks about the human body that we would use in our art classes to study how like bones and stuff were structured and how muscles were broken down. We used to have to practice drawing in my drawing classes for my figure drawing places, where you would draw only the muscles, and then you would take a translucent sheet of paper on top of that, and you would draw the actual figure on top of the muscles that you had just drawn, and we would practice drawing that way. Can I smooch a ghost like in the hit game Undertale? Well, I guess that depends on the ghost that you're smooching. Are they okay with it? Why would you smooch a ghost? Why wouldn't you smooch a ghost? Honestly, though. I would love to ask Napstablook for a little peck on the cheek. They are beautiful, and I love them. I'm a medical coder, so I had to learn biology and anatomy, and I swear studying, especially the musculoskeletal system, helped me improve so much. Yeah, same. It's the only reason why I understand how arm and shoulder muscles work now. Same thing with back muscles. Just drawing the actual muscles themselves is so important to learning that kind of stuff. Because all the ghosts are scared of me? No! Why are the ghosts scared of you? I know I'm weird, but that hurts. It's not. I can guarantee it's not because you're weird. If anything, ghosts tend to like weird people. It's why they like me. So do these spirit animals, like cats, claim owners kind of act like normal cats but are ghosts? Like, so honestly, it depends. I've worked with people who have had spirit guides that are more like animals than people, and I've had people who have worked with spirit guides that are more like people than animals, even if they take the form of an animal. It really depends on the person and what they're working with. I will say, for the most part, this is a general rule that I have seen broken on occasion, but for the most part, spirit guides tend to be more sentient than not, because, you know, you have to have some way of communicating with the people you're working with, right? They are in fact there to teach us lessons, so when you work with a spirit, they have to be able to communicate in some way. Just drawing 800 little stars all over the place. Yeah, it like, and honestly, Octokai, it totally depends. Like, there are people who have spirit guides that are people also. Working with ancestors is very common. It's also something that I do. And doing a lot of ancestor work is a big part of what I do. So, you know, you have people who work with animals, you have people who work with other types of spirits, and you have people who work with things like ancestors or people that they have physically met before. As well as all manner of other magical entities. I've met some very interesting people who work with some very interesting types of things. Like, I know people who work with the Fae and all sorts of other stuff. Although the Fae is not currently my area of expertise. I just know a lot of people who have worked with them in the past. How ghosts look like? They, honestly, it totally depends. Depends on what kind of ghost it is, depends on who's looking at it. Sometimes they can appear as like little wisps. Sometimes you can get flashes of what they look like. Like, it depends on how trained you are and in what way you are trying to perceive them. Because a lot of the times, you might not be able to actively see them.
Chat, you may not kiss me. However, you may buy me things like food, a cast Twitch sub, fuel, a blowtorch, a knife, coffee, and maybe a squishmallow. Oh,
Beauregard?
And maybe a frying pan he tilde.
Beauregard, why do you need a blowtorch and a knife, Beauregard? Beauregard? We've talked about this. There is no committing arson in the house. Y'all got Beauregard committing crimes up in here. Everyone needs a knife. No! Beauregard does not need a knife. Beauregard has already set my kitchen on fire once. He has been banned from all fire hazard objects and all sharp objects. Absolutely not. As he should. No! My ghost called me a bitch in blood on the mirror for crying too much /J. Oh my god. My tarot deck does that to me. My tarot deck calls me out every time I do readings with it. Both Pottermus and B can confirm this because I've done readings for them before as well. The tarot deck that I use to do readings for people, I have a couple of them. One of them, weirdly enough, actually is Fae themed. It is one of the only ways that I actively work with any sort of Fae, is that I have a Fae tarot deck. And if I use my Fae tarot deck, I will read you for filth. That deck doesn't know how to pull punches. I don't know what its fucking problem is, but it will call out every piece of trauma you have ever had and said, why the fuck aren't you addressing this? Like, it's so blunt, it's very funny. And then I have, like, my standard tarot deck that I do for my daily readings. And I also have a different tarot deck that I use for communing with my deities. I like to use different decks for different things because it feels to me like each different deck has a different personality. And they're more useful for different things than others. So if I want just like a general reading, I'll go to one deck. If I want to solve a big emotional issue that I'm having and look into something like that, I will go to a different deck. If I'm communing with a spirit or deities, I will use a different deck. It kind of helps me keep my thoughts organized, and it keeps the deck focused on the things that I like it to focus on. I haven't done a reading in a hot minute, but my deck calls me out every dang time. I remember in art school it was like, "Ho, stop spending money you don't have." I got that reading right after I bought a $400 ball jointed doll. Oh, it do be like that. Oh, the G-Note, not the G-Note, please. But yeah, I really want to do either like tarot readings for chat maybe at some point. Either I don't know if I want to do it on stream.
Also, I am
or
banned
somewhere
from the
else.
kitchen, so can someone buy me a portable stove? I will also like a bees churger. Anyway, BRB Cass, going behind the house, don't follow me.
Why?
I am not meeting anyone there, I am just talking a walk back there. Yes.
Boo.
I will be back, but yeah, don't follow you, woo.
Hold up, chat. I have to go. He's gonna go do some sus shit behind the house. I gotta. Beauregard! What are you doing? Is there arson happening? Okay, hang on. Sitting back down. Y'all, the ghost is going crazy behind the house. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's plotting evil things. I don't trust it. Every time Beauregard tells me, hey, don't go insert place here right now, there's always some horse shit happening in insert place here. The house is gonna be on fire in a minute, watch. This is exactly what happened last time. Y'all remember that? I had my smoke alarm go off on stream because he lit the kitchen on fire.
Got Cass to leave. This is my chat now. Oh shit, hi Cass. Anyway, I don't have a knife and
Beauregard! Put the knife down. No, you're giving me the knife. Put the kitchen knife away. What did I say about going in the kitchen when I'm not there with you? You burn things and you break stuff. Get back here. Gonna have to chase after him. Thank you for the save redeem. Beauregard, don't make me put you in a circle. Don't make me lock you in a circle. I will ground you. Don't call my dad stinky. No, listen, I will openly admit I am very stinky. It's fine. Stinky is a term of endearment around here. I can't believe Beauregard has a knife. Who let him have that? We're gonna have to have a what do you have? A knife! No! As a redeem at some point. Let's see. Alright, so we've got all but the moons themselves kind of sketched out here. So let's go ahead and add those. Those are going to be on a separate layer, though, because I want to keep them as like an overlay, basically.
You'll never catch me. Bye-bye. Stinky Cass, Stinky Cass. Also, I cut you some watermelon.
Ooh,
Hope you enjoy.
Ooh, watermelon. It's fucking how to get me to forget about what I was angry about. Offer me food. Beauregard, you know what? You know, as long as you didn't like hurt anyone with the knife, it's fine. It's fine. Just go put the knife back in the kitchen. What is the name of the book that Ruby calls filth? You've picked the right person to ask that. It's called Ninjas of Love, and I know that because I cosplay Blake. I know that because I've made the book. I've made the cover of the book for when I cosplay Blake next time. This is not the right brush that's in. Hang on. It's supposed
How
to
does
be
Boo
this way.
get to invade the kitchen for knives without Morgana smacking him? But when I do, I get the ass beating of the century. Tubby the disgruntled possum.
That's because Morgana has begrudgingly accepted that Beauregard lives here, Tubi. And also because she probably wasn't in the kitchen when it was happening. I think she's actually taking a nap up in the foyer with the fireplace right now, as she is one to do at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, just a cat nap. I am most certain that if she did catch him, she would absolutely, Moida the ghosty boy. She would commit ghost Moida. Is Morgana mom or dad? Can I claim them as a parent? Morgana does not want the children. I can guarantee that much. Morgana is my very stinky familiar. She is a magical creature of some kind. She looks like a cat, but every time that we talk, she seems less and less like a cat and more like something else. And she's basically just a disgruntled, grumpy lady. And she's very, very stinky. Here, I drew us together at one point. Hang on. We posed for a picture together at one point, as I drew this. This is Morgana. She's very stinky. She's the one who teaches me all of my magics. And she's very grumpy literally all the time, especially about Beauregard and Tubi being in the house. Do you have an attic? If yes, does anyone live there? I totally don't want to live there. Well, we don't have an attic technically, because the top of my house is actually walkable, or at least most of it is. There is a slanted roof on part of it, but we have a flat portion of the roof that is something that you can actually walk on. There in the living room where the fireplace is, there is a staircase that goes up to the roof and you can walk on it. I have a lot of memories of fun things that we have done on that roof. It is an old childhood memory of mine, actually, that when I was a really little kid, and we used to visit this house before I lived in it, because this is actually my grandmother's house, and we used to visit here for Christmas. And every year for Christmas, since we have like skylight windows and stuff, my uncle or my dad, they would swap every year. Would dress up as Santa, and they would go on the roof with like all of our presents in a big bag, right? And they would stomp around on the roof on purpose, and let us like see them in the skylight windows, and they would wave at us, and then they would come down the staircase into the big living room with all the presents, and we would all be like, oh my god, it's Santa. And that's how we would open presents every year. That is not what I want to copy and paste. Thank you. You know, literally like one of my favorite memories as a child. That's wholesome as fuck. It was also kind of terrifying, because both of my uncles are like 6'5". They're both incredibly tall. Please imagine a very scared baby Cass being terrified of Santa for most of their young life because of that. I feel kind of bad because they were trying to do something really nice. My dad's family was very big on, like, you know, spending time together as a family during the holidays at the very least, because my family is kind of split up into pieces right now. The vine boom. But my family's kind of split up into pieces. My dad and I live really far upstate, like we're really north upstate. And the rest of my dad's family is either down in like the New York City area, like my aunts and uncles work in New York City, or worked, they just retired. And then some of my other aunts and uncles live all the way down in Florida. So we're kind of like split, like we have minimum like a 3-hour drive to get to if we ever want to see each other. So we kind of are split up a lot. And because of that, we try to spend at least a little bit of time together on the holidays and make it special whenever we see each other. So much lore for my brain. Imagine getting presents. I will openly admit, I had a pretty decent childhood when it came to getting presents and stuff from my dad's side of the family. My dad's side of the family was super accepting of me trying to be an artist, which I was always really thankful for. Um, because my mom's side of the family was not. So I was always really thankful that like my dad's family would always just kind of be like, no, this is what you want to do, and we see that you're like dedicated to doing it, so we're gonna make it happen. My dad's family is very cool like that. I got so many sketchbooks every year for Christmas. It would be like that was like the big present. Like if my family could not think of something to get me, like if they weren't sure if there was something special that I wanted that year or anything, it would always just be like, get them a sketchbook. They'll go through it. It'll be gone in 3 weeks. So let's get to coloring this bad boy. I'm also in Florida. Well, you're near half of my family then, Octokai. I've got, my uncle is down in Florida, and, before she had passed away, because she passed away earlier, but my grandma had left her house that I live in now, to move down to Florida with him, so that way she could be taken care of. Yeah, I've got family all over the dang place. But you know, so since we're split up and we don't see each other often, we try to make the times we do see each other very, very special. We always try to have like nice dinners where we all cook together and stuff if we see each other. A lot of the times it's either going to my dad's house now or going down to New York City, or like the New York City area. I think they live like a half hour or something outside of New York City, to my aunt and uncle's house. I know they live close to New York City because they had to, because they work there. Or worked, I should say. My aunt and uncle are both retiring now, which I'm very happy about. They deserve it. They would have Santa come into Grandma's trailer and give gifts to ask the kids and ask the adults too. Oh, that's awesome. See, yeah, I love that stuff. That was like, it scared me when I was a kid because I was like a scaredy cat when I was a kid, chat. Just like, keep that in mind. Santa scared me when I was a kid because he was just a big man that I didn't know. That I didn't know, in air quotes. I didn't, because, you know, I didn't realize that, you know, it was 2 of my family members dressing up as him. It would always scare me, but looking back on it, like, I'm so glad my family did stuff like that. We had a lot of struggles when I was younger, so like seeing how like over time we just kind of came together as a family is really nice. I love my dad's family. They're all wonderful. Especially my cousins. My cousins are wonderful, and I didn't get to see them a lot, but I grew up with them being more like my brothers, like than as cousins. Just because we always had that kind of dynamic where, like, you know, one of us was like the older brother dynamic and he would kind of bully us and then we would bully him back as we got older. But yeah, I love my cousins a lot. They're great. I would be scared if a man broke into my house and tried to give me sus packages. Exactly! When I was a kid, it wasn't, oh yay, it's Santa. It was, oh god, there's a strange man with a lot of stuff here. Like, I always feel so bad because, like, if you ever look at baby photos of me, right, chat, especially baby photos around Christmas, if Santa was, like, in the room, you could always see that, like, my cousins look so happy, and they look like they're having a great time, and they're opening their gifts, and I'm, like, next to them, and my eyes are all red and puffy because I'm trying not to cry because I'm a little kid and I'm scared of Santa. It's so funny. Yeah, no, I was definitely a little bit of a scaredy cat when I was a kid, and I think it's really funny to think about now. This, and kind of this up so you can actually see the lines that I'm drawing. That is not supposed to be filled in. Hang on. Get that out of here. Those are holes in my cape. I want to draw and sleep. Yeah, Nia, go get some drawing done and then get some sleep. I'm glad that you joined us today. Thanks so much for stopping by. Because I have a sleep schedule. Are you sure, Nia? Because for the most part, when I hear people saying that, it's because they very much don't. It's the color of my pants. I may be a demigod of Moss, but a god of Moss should not make me customer support. You are not customer support, Mossy. That is correct. Just because you are a Moss ball does not mean that you are customer support. That I had a neat idea. It would be neat if this had like a cosmic outfit where the cape looks like outer space. I've thought about that. So like, I always knew when I was designing my outfits and stuff for my VTuber persona that I wanted one of two things, right? I always told myself I was either going to be spooky themed, which is what we have before us now, where it's focused on like ghosts and magic and things like that, because that's just a huge part of my life in general, or it was going to be space themed. And I'm kind of trying to meld the two a little bit, because my power, all of my magic, comes from the moon. And that is where I get all of these abilities to be able to do things like see ghosts and cast magic and do all of my fancy spells from. So I'm trying to, like, find the balance. I would love to do, like, a spacey cape. Maybe, like, but would I want to rig that? That's, yeah, big mood. Maybe I'll make, like, a toggle for the cape where, like, the inside gets all spacey or something. And has, like, stars and stuff inside of it. We'll see. Become a Sailor Scout. I don't think I would be able to be a Sailor Scout. I would be more akin to, what's his name? Tuxedo Mask is. Him and all of his earthen soldiers, who stare up at the moon all the time. I have to, because if I don't sleep enough, then I become really annoyed at everything. No one wants to hear me yell or roast everyone. Okay, that's fair. You're not you when you're sleepy, Nia. So I hope you get some good rest. Is Tuxedo Mask technically a Senshi? I didn't know that. I should know that. I just rewatched Crystal. You would think I would know that, but I'm apparently stupid. Love you, Nia. Get rest. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you for the hydrate. If you are here and you have something to drink, please take a sip, babes. Oh, you're right. I suppose, yeah, he does transform. He never really got, like, a transformation sequence, if that makes sense. So I don't think about it that way. My sun is Aries, my moon is Taurus, and my rising is Libra. Ooh, nice. I'm a Capricorn bitch because of the everything about me. I have Capricorn sun, Cancer moon, and Leo rising. Most people don't, so he kind of gets forgotten in being the Earth Senshi. Yeah, you're right. He totally is the Earth Senshi, and I never thought about that. Which is interesting, because it means that guys can be Senshis, because we don't have many of those. Also, Capricorn Club, I need to check my chart. Well, listen, Capricorn Club is just a club full of people who are all sick of everyone else thinking that all they care about is money and success. Every time I see something on, like, TikTok about astrology, it always makes me mad, because whenever they bring up Capricorn, they're just like, you're very successful and you care about money a lot. And I'm like, that is, like, the least important thing in my life, right? Like, I don't know my rising, but my sun is, or no, body is sun? You got Leo moon. Oh no, Leo sun, Capricorn moon. I can read. I'm sorry, Mossy. I lost the ability to form a coherent thought just then. Rising is, it's sort of like how you, oh right, that's right. I forgot. That's right. You would have multiples, wouldn't you, Mossy? I forgot about that. I hadn't thought about that. That's right. People with DID would have multiple signs for each of their altars. Huh. That's interesting. Rising is like how, kind of how the world sees you, if that makes sense.
Refuse humanity be a bird.
Refuse humanity be a bird. Rising is like, in a way, how other people see you, how you present yourself to the world. For example, me being a Leo rising can often mean that people see me as very, very confident, and people tend to see me as a bit showy. It's probably why I make such a good streamer, like, and why, you know, being on a stage and stuff is kind of my thing. But in reality, I'm a nervous little Nelly, so there's that. As a Capricorn, I'm like perpetually stressed because I like organization and planning, but I'm ADHD and can't organize to save my goddamn life. And if one inconvenience happens, I want to yeet myself out a window. Oh, that is such a big mood. My partner, who I love dearly and have been together with for 8 months, also has DID. They're a sweet bean. I'm dating the host and I'm friends with most of the alters. Oh, that's awesome, Octokai. I'm still learning about DID. I don't know a whole ton about it, just because I've before I met Mossy, honestly, I had never met anyone with DID before, but y'all are fucking lovely and I appreciate you. I am seen as, hey yo, what the fuck is this gremlin doing here? Grabbing my line art color, one moment. I want to start coloring some of these lines in. This homie straight up said, live, laugh, leap out a fucking window. Me every time I'm stressed, honestly. Very big mood. Aquarius Sun, Aries Moon, Cancer Rising. Interesting. I would say that that's pretty accurate. So I will openly admit, astrology is not as much of my thing when it comes to things like witchcraft. I'm trying to get more into it now, because now I actually have a space where I can learn about it. Because in order to kind of get to know astrology, you should probably be able to, you know, go outside and actually look at stars and see where they are in the sky and stuff eventually, if you want to learn about them, and learn about, like, how the movement and their placements and stuff affects things. And for a very long time, when I first started practicing witchcraft, I was living in a very conservative Christian household, so I didn't have the opportunity to do that a lot. But I actually have books on astrology now that I'm reading, so I can finally learn about them, because I used to do a lot of my magic based on just the moon phases, which is where, like, my moon shirt and stuff that I normally wear comes from. Because, you know, I can look outside my window and see the moon, but you don't have to, like, track it like you do with stars. You can just kind of see what phase it's in and stuff. And now I get to go even more in depth with all of that, now that I have a place of my own and I can, you know, do things without the fear of having all my stuff thrown out a window. Yeah, jump outside and touch grass. Capricorn Sun, Gemini Moon, Taurus Rising. Ooh, okay. Also, Tubi, I can say with somewhat certainty that yours was definitely accurate. I'm looking directly at you being a Cancer Rising when I say that. And I say that with love in my heart. Because Tubi, you're great. But yeah, no, I can definitely see Cancer Rising for you. And, like, take everything that I say about astrology for now with a grain of salt, because I will openly admit that when it comes to different aspects of witchy practices and astrology and things of that, like, astrology specifically is something that I am relatively new to. It is not, like, a major part of my practice yet. Live, laugh, leap out the fucking window. Yeah, that is so funny. I want that on, like, a map. Like, fuck live, laugh, love. I need, like, a bumper sticker or something that says live, laugh, leap out the fucking window. Gonna be my first merch drop ever, chat. Is gonna be a little bumper sticker that just says live, laugh, leap out the window. Looks at the stars for a fortune. The stars say you're a bitch. I was just gonna say I'm putting it on the future walls of my home. Yeah, same. Listen, that's a good phrase. Live, laugh, livid. There's one that's like I see it on, like, Pinterest and shit all the time. It's like, it's live. Live, Loathe, and then something else. I can't remember. It's 3 different ones, and it's meant to be like really edgy, and it's really funny. It's a little bit cringy, but I like cringy, so it's fine. If you cannot tell, by the way, chat, cringe culture is dead, and I sit on its throne like a corpse. We talk about really cringy shit here. This chat, I want this chat to be a place of, like, reclaiming our fucking inner child, alright? No one has to feel embarrassed about anything here. If you like cringy shit, congratulations, you have found the right fucking place. Yes, the Ascendant is the Rising. Ascendant and Rising are the 2 terms for the same thing. Yes, I believe so. Unless I'm wrong. I believe that they are 2 terms for the same thing, though. That much I believe I do know. I really like how this is coming out so far, chat. I'm glad that we're drawing this together on stream. Live, laugh, Leviosa. Goodbye. Me yeeting my problems away from me. Over half the left side of my chart is Capricorn. Oh, that's wild. I have a lot of Virgo in my chart. I think I have Virgo like 4 or 5 times in my chart, which is really funny. Oh, okay. Body is Leo, Sun, Capricorn, Moon, and Cancer Rising. Gotcha. Capricorn Moon, that's interesting. I know a lot about, like, my own, my sun sign, just because that's the first thing you kind of learn about when you're doing astrology. But that's interesting. I like Capricorn signs. I feel like we need more love. I never see Capricorns getting a ton of love, because everyone just kind of makes it all about career stuff for us, and nothing else, which as a Capricorn sun makes me angry. Like, yes, I care about being successful, but I care about being successful because I want to be good at what I do. It's not about, like, money or clout or shit. I want to be successful because I want to be able to, have time to live and make my friends happy and, like, love the people that I love. It honestly has very little to do with the success itself. Six Capricorn, Sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Uranus, and Neptune. Wow, Party Possum. Your star sign literally said, would you like to be a goat man? Actually. Yeah, exactly. I want to be successful so I can live comfortably and have fun and be with the people that I love. Like I could give less than half of a shit about money beyond the fact that it is what I need to pay my bills. You know? Like, if bills were not a thing, I would give even less than half a shit about money. Aries told me I'm passionate to a T. Absolutely. My best friend, Ahmad Tim, my best friend, is an Aries. Love him to death. He deserves the world. I want to be successful in certain ways out of spite. That is, okay, also same. I will openly admit, and, like, this is gonna make me sound like an absolute bitch, but I don't care. Chat, for a large portion of my life, there was like a 5-year span of my life where I was motivated to just keep going almost entirely by spite. Honestly, even more than 5 years, because honestly, it's been a major source of motivation throughout a lot of my life, which that can be dangerous. Be very careful when using spite as a motivator, because that can be very unhealthy. But I used it in 2 ways. I had someone in my life years ago who just treated me really poorly and kind of told me I would never amount to anything. It was just not great. And after we stopped being friends, finally, which was honestly like one of the best things that's ever happened to me, because this person like purposefully would like set off my anxiety disorder on purpose. Like, they admitted to doing so. They were not a good person. But after we finally stopped being friends, I took that time to just kind of be like, you know what? I've always talked about all these things that I wanted to do that, like, they just never took seriously about me. I'm gonna do every single one of them right now. And, like, that became, like, my motivation and everything of just, like, I'm gonna get all my shit together and I'm gonna be the person that I want to be. Like, because you never believed in me, and I'm gonna fucking prove you wrong. And now I'm here, and I'm doing exactly what I said that I was gonna be doing. So, you know, spite can be a powerful motivator, but you have to be very careful with it, because it can be unhealthy, and I want all of you to take care of you. Take care of yourselves, take care of the people around you. Moobs! There are moobs happening! Look at the moobs. Look at them, chat. They are hidden behind my hand, but they're there. I want to work for the VA to get a military ranking so I can surpass my dad without actually having to join the military, Limau. Oh my god, that's amazing, Party Possum. Do it. Hey, listen, as long as you know that it's something that'll make you happy in life, like, my big thing, and, like, this is something I learned from my dad, if it's not hurting you or anyone else, fucking go for it. Like, and if you want to step up and get, like, a certain job position because, you know, it'll kind of feel like it gives you the one-up, as long as you know that outside of it giving you the one-up, that it makes you happy, that it makes you feel satisfied, and that you wouldn't be using that to physically hurt anyone else, I think that's fucking fine. So sometimes there are people who need to be taken down a peg, and you need to live out your dreams in spite of them, and I think that that is perfectly acceptable. I know that spite has definitely motivated me in the past, so, like, I think I would be a hypocrite if I said otherwise. Like, it was the same thing with witchcraft, honestly. When I first became a witch, I was, like, 15 or 13. Math. I was a teenager. I was a young teenager when I first started learning about witchcraft and trying to find everything on it that I could. And obviously I grew up in a very conservative household. So when my mom found out, she was not happy. And oh boy, I don't think that I've ever felt something become even more of a motivation than before. Than when she told me that if I did this and continued doing it, that I would be evil and she would never talk to me again. I think, honestly, that made me go, oh? And I basically said bet and then kept doing it. Which admittedly got me into quite a bit of trouble at the beginning. Please practice safely. If you're not in a safe home, you know, weigh your options very carefully, because I don't want anyone to ever get kicked out of a household just because they have intolerant parents. But it made me want to find my own path even more, because I sort of had Christianity forced on me when I was a kid. And please, if you're Christian, don't take that as an offense. There are wonderful Christians out there. Like, I know a lot of people who practice Christianity who are wonderful. Just my family's brand of it was not, unfortunately. But because of that, it made me even more motivated, basically, to just kind of learn more about it and why witchcraft interested me and why Christianity didn't. Because, like, there was this big argument of, like, you know, well, you don't even know what you're getting into, you're just doing this because you want to spite me. And it's like, no, I didn't. But now I kind of want to prove that the reasons why I like this thing are valid, so now I'm gonna do that even harder, basically. Yeah, my evil arc starts then. As a kid, I could never choose a favorite color because I found it. Oop, it scrolled away. Fuck! Get back here. You get back here. I was reading that. As a kid, I could never choose a favorite color because I found it fucking stupid. As a kid, that boys are blue and girls are red or pink, even before I understood gender, so I said fuck it, and I combined them into purple. Hey, guess what? Guess why purple's my favorite color, too? Same exact reason. I am a construct made exclusively of spite and righteous anger. Hey, I'm gonna out you. Tubi, I know you. And you say that you're a creature made out of spite and righteous anger. You are one of the kindest, nicest people I have ever met in my life. That is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. Don't get me wrong, you do have spite and righteous anger, but you are also one of the kindest, softest people I have ever met, and I think that that deserves praise as well. If you can manage to do both, then that is a true balance, I think. And Tubi definitely manages to do both. Damn, just call them out. I will call Tubi out at every instance because I love her. She's my favorite person. If she's not your favorite person, then I don't know what you're doing with your life. She should be everyone's favorite. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to, like... That's annoying. I want to, like, slightly change the line color on the hair, because it's a little too bright and it's bothering me. But I can't select it properly right now, so we're gonna leave that alone for now, and I'm not gonna hyper-focus on that and get super weird about it. So... I need to make the sky color. Straight up said I have the power of God and anime on my side. This. Gonna make a bunch of fucking adjustment layers to get the gradient and shit for this.
I am kind and soft because you're an angel and deserve no spite or anger. Unfortunately, that's not always the case.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, Tubi. I try not to deserve any spite or anger anyway. I do definitely try. Like, is there a way without me having to individually fucking... Hang on. I have to individually select every single one of these stars, which is really annoying. I would just select them all at once and then, like, hue shift them, but I don't think that's gonna work for what I'm trying to do, because I need to, like, decrease the selection slightly. Tubi is right, you deserve no spite or anger. I appreciate that, y'all. I try to, like, be... I don't know. I follow my dad's rule, which is, like, you know, do good by other people. Like, again, if it doesn't harm you and it doesn't harm other people, you are free to do whatever the fuck you want, you know? And that's just that's how I feel about most things, is, you know, we gotta try to be good to each other. There's too much bad shit in the world right now, right? Like, and that's not me being a pessimist, just there is objectively, like, a lot of negative stuff happening right now in the world. So the least I think that any of us can do is to just try to, like, make it a little bit better, even in small ways, even if it's just making someone smile or letting someone know that you're there for them. That's important to me. Yeah, my karma rule is also you fuck around, you find out. I am not saying, by the way, to let people walk all over you. Please do not take what I am saying as that. If someone hurts you or does something wrong to you, you make them pay for that shit. Don't misunderstand me. You make them pay for that shit. But, like, it just in general, and like as a general speaking rule, when it comes to how we treat other people, try to treat other people with kindness unless they do not treat you with kindness. If somebody hasn't done anything wrong to you, you treat them nicely, basically. But yeah, no, absolutely agreed, Mossy. If they fuck around, you make them find out. Yeah, the best revenge is a life well lived, absolutely. Which is kind of like my whole philosophy on life with what I said before. Like, when I had someone mistreating me, when we finally stopped being friends, the way that I got back at them was by proving them wrong about me and becoming happy. Because they always made it seem like I could never be happy and like I was worthless. So, you know, that was my payback, was I'm happy now. See, I want to, like, I can't decide how I want to make the stars look in this, because I want this to be, like, a little bit more painterly. The best revenge is actually ice cubes down the back of a shirt. Y'all are wild. I love that. Also, I will say, karma is, as we are describing it, is not actually how karma is. Like, that's not... Karma is a concept from another religion. I can't remember if karma is from Buddhism or Hinduism. Forgive me. That's my memory being dog shit. Karma as we know it is not karma. And I think that should also be taken into account and given a little bit respect to, because the actual concept of karma is, I believe, and again, take this with the most enormous grain of salt ever, because quite frankly, I don't go here. It is not my religion, so I will only speak on it a little bit, but it is not something that normally affects your current lifetime, if I remember correctly. Take that with a grain of salt, but I learned a little bit about the concept of Hinduism and karma and Buddhism and all of that when I was in school. I can't remember which one karma is actually from. I'm so sorry. If there is anyone who is from the faith that actually practices with karma and all of that, please correct me, because I know I'm fucking something up in my definition of that. But, you know, we tend to misuse the word, is my point, and therefore I think that we should just call it what it is instead of karma, which is, like, you know, fuck around, find out. there? I want to, like... I should put the stars on, like, a separate layer or something. What layer are they on right now? On that. Because I want to make them all have different levels of brightness, so that way they show up properly. Let me finagle a little bit with this. There we go. So now they're on a separate layer from the base colors. Yeah, it affects you next life if you are having a bad life. That's what I thought. I was gonna say, I'm like, I'm pretty sure karma, like, doesn't, very strictly does not do that. It does not affect your current life. So it is not a form of revenge for the current lifetime you're in anyway. This, we're gonna go with this. I want this to be above the line art. Probably, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this, chat. Do this, and then take this and go with this. Karma, 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 chameleon. Do this. You can kind of darken the stars at the top down a little. Yeah. That works. I want them to be, like, more visible at the bottom. I can't tell what I want here. You know, we're gonna leave the stars alone for now, because I can actually add more detail to those as I go anyway, because we're gonna add a bunch of, like, fun little soft gradients. I have a lot of different star brushes, because I need to be able to make starry skies as backgrounds a lot. A lot of the people who commission me are very space-themed, so I like to have brushes for creating, like, galaxies and shit on hand. That's not the right brush. Where is it? This one. Is this just like the constellation brush? Yeah, that's not the right one. It's this one. So this one's really cool because it's got like adjustable particle sizes and stuff, but you can do really fun stuff with it. It's a little bit brighter. We can add little like nebulas and stuff behind me going on. It's a very cool brush. Wouldn't the stars in darkness be brighter and then fade with the light? Oh, you know what? You're totally right, and I'm very stupid. Yeah, but you're right, though. I think we should try that. Hang on, what layer am I? Stars here. Right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna double paste this. Do same thing I just did. This. So what I'm doing is I'm just selecting the gradient that I just made and then deleting the gradient layer. And this is how you can erase stuff on a gradient, is you select the gradient on the layer and then you can go through and erase things. So then, like, you'll notice that as I erase this out, the stars at the bottom start to disappear more. And then you can do that, like, over and over again until you get it the way that you want. And you can also do that with, like, an airbrush tool as well. Like, if you're trying to airbrush something into a certain shape, you can do the exact same thing, where you make the shape that you want it to be erased from on a different layer, select that layer, and then delete the layer and go and erase, and just erase whatever is selected. I'm getting it to, like, the point where the opacity is kind of almost where I want it to be, and then I just want to lighten those up a little. And we're going to take the line art from those stars because they're annoying me with where they are right now. I'm just going to select this color and see what that looks like. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Also do this. Filter, blur, glossy. When I make stars, I use the Anemone 2 brush shape, and then I go crazy on the background. Oh, that's a good idea. So Moss is Scorpio Sun, Capricorn Moon, Leo Rising. Hey, on the Capricorn Rising Club. I I need to get this background like just right. You know what? I'm gonna actually reference another piece of my own art for a second, I think. Because I've done this one other piece that's kind of similar to this one that we're drawing as a gift for Pottermus Prime, oddly enough, of their D&D character. And I want to look at it for a second. This is something I drew for Pottermus a while back. I want to look at like how I did all the cloudy shapes and stuff. I did the stars really simply on that one, and I want to make them a little bit more advanced on this. We'll see how it comes out in the end. What I might do is take the lines and put them on a separate layer for now, so that way I can get rid of the star lines there, and we might just redo them later once I have the rest of the background figured out. I do like this. This sort of effect that we have going on is very ooky spooky. Feels very magic-y, and I like that. Like, remove everything for a moment. Select, invert selected area. Just kind of fill all the stars in so they're solid shapes, because I'm not liking the lined look on it. I don't know. We're talking zodiacs? Yeah, we've been talking a little bit about astrology. What little of it I do know, anyway. Because I will openly admit I don't know a super ton about astrology. As weird as that is. The stars say hello, yeah. City of that. Increase the saturation of this. I want to have like a lot of like hue variation in this. Which is going to mean that I'm going to have to put down a lot of like really thin layers of color, basically. Do the same thing here. This a little bit so it doesn't my hair so washed out and gray. So, okay, that's like a decent starting point, actually. That down just a little. And then we're gonna take just the moon layer, and I'm gonna fill that with white underneath it. The moons might end up not being lined. I don't know yet. We're going to see how it looks like with lines and a glow effect, and then if I don't like it, it's just going to be the shape without the lines. But we shall see. So what we're going to do now is I'm actually going to go over the entire piece, and this is something that I do with like a lot of pieces that have funky lighting and stuff a lot, is I go over the whole piece in a color on a multiply layer. And then I erase that out, and that's how you get the shading on things that are like sort of backlit or lit in nighttime. It makes it seem more like there's an actual atmosphere going on. Bonk? Why is there a bonk? How dare? Just this. Like right in there. And we're gonna erase to create the lights and the shadows on the face, basically, and on the body. So we have lighting coming up from the bottom of our face here. I'm going to bring up, I have this image saved that's like a good little guide for like how lighting hits the face at different angles, basically. So what we're gonna do is, I always start with the nose whenever I do like low light shading where it's coming from below you. The area that normally gets shaded on your nose in low light is actually highlighted. When there's something underneath you, which I think is a really fun, easy way to show where the light is coming from. There we go. I had the wrong color selected. I sort of erase out and then kind of carve back in and just kind of get it to where I would like it. I normally start really basic. I don't normally do like the full rendering all at once when I'm doing lighting like this. But I keep it nice and simple as I go in with my varying shapes and then add more shading as I go. But the first layer is always just like establishing the light source, basically. So it's gonna be, this is gonna have light underneath it. And this is gonna look very chaotic for a moment, but I promise it will eventually make sense on my face. We have chin here. Trace this out and then redraw it in myself. And you leave a little bit of the shadow showing kind of on the edges. There is a little eyebrows here. Not the eyebrows, like the eyelids. I can speak English. The eyelids here. Let's see, where else? And then you can see kind of this shape forming above the bridge of the nose and into like below the eyebrows, kind of like this actually. And this is all going to change with other layers of shading too, because this is just establishing the light source basically. Obviously there's going to be other layers of shading and stuff on top of this. That's the wrong side of my pencil. That accurately with that. We're gonna actually like blend all of that out for right now, and then we'll just add the little shadows in. Sometimes it's easier to draw in shadows than to erase them out. It depends on what you're doing. I do a little bit of both. And you can kind of start seeing that it's starting to read anyway, like we are sort of being lit from below. And there's going to be a lot of other shading layers that go into it on top of that as well that do kind of a similar effect. I keep trying to draw when I should be erasing. There we go. And then what I like to do, and this it completely depends on the kind of piece I'm doing. This I want to be a little bit more detailed, so I'm not going to use the blur tool. A lot of my style has to do with very purposefully not using the blur tool. What I use instead is I use the eraser tool on a really low opacity. Like this. And I just kind of blend it until you get kind of a rough blur effect, like you would if you were using the blend tool. But to me, I like the texture that it provides, which is how you see a lot of the fun effects that I do on a lot of my pieces of work. Like you'll see it used in my PNG tubers and stuff a lot. Define my cheekbones a little bit here, and I know that looks really weird right now, but it's not going to at the end of all of this, I promise. A lot of my art style is very sketchy, and like it looks weird right up until the point where it doesn't, because a lot of my art style is just like you block things in and then you define them over time. And over time everything slowly gets more and more detailed until it's completely figured out. Though I think honestly I might cheat a little bit and use the blend tool a little bit here, because when it comes to super harsh lighting, I still don't like the line to be super harsh. Because when you make the line really, really harsh like that, it just doesn't look right. There's always some level of fading, right? And I like to make sure that that gets shown as well. And I do that with gradients and stuff a lot in my art too. I actually might add a gradient on the face so that way you can physically see the shading getting darker and more prominent on, oop, that's the wrong tool, on the face as it goes up into shadow as well. Do I want to blur this piece? I kind of want to see if I can do it without. Because one of the things I've noticed that I do as like a crutch a little bit too often is using the blur tool when I don't have to. So I want to start like really learning how to define shapes without using the blur tool. Gotta go start prepping to make dinner. Peace out. Yeah, have a good time, Party Possum. I hope you had a good time here today. Are you setting off bombs on the Pokemon at the bottom of the chat, Octoguy? I see you there. It's out a little. Now, there's something on this reference that I have that I'm not sure how I want to portray. I see my daughter running around down there. She's being very good. So I know I still want there to be a shadow like that and just kind of... So the thing is, I don't normally draw like, what is it called? The bridge of your lips. I can't remember what it's called. It's where the two kind of peaks of your lips are. Kind of gets shaded out like this. Thank you for the save reminder. Let's save real quick. There we go. But it kind of gets shaded out like that when you have low lighting like this, and it kind of forms the peaks like that. Yeah, that's better. And then for the area around the sides, there is a little too. This is also very... Nope, no blur tool. Stop. You said you weren't going to do that. We said we weren't going to, so we're not. We are no longer using the blur tool as a crutch. Thank you, Cass. See a little bit of shading around the sort of sides of the nostrils as well. Patiently waits for shiny moobs. We will get to the moobs. Y'all will get your shiny moobs that we're going to be drawing in a bit here. Chat do be wildin' for the moobs, though. Ooh, pardon me. I'm gonna take a second to cough because my voice is doing some silly things. Hi, my voice is fine now. So I apologize. I'm still recovering from laryngitis. I had no voice at all yesterday. I don't know what the heck happened. Can you blame us? No, you know what? You're right. I suppose I can't. I do have a really nice set of moves. Maybe more like this. I'm trying to figure out how I want to stylize the nose, because, like, there is something to be said of doing everything very realistically, but sometimes things need to get simplified so you can read them better, you know? I kind of like it being more shaded out like that. In the most platonic way, Dad has a nice set of moves. I am down for platonically calling my moves nice. That is fine. That's a little better. So. A little more. I barely want the cheekbones to be noticeable. I just want them to kind of be there for shape. Move down into the neck area, which also has some fun shading stuff because of the way that we're being lit. So it's going to be... This area is going to get the most light on the neck. And you're going to see a lot of, like, harsh, contrasting shadows coming up from the bottom of the neck, basically. My partner said I have moobs, and they have thoobs, because they're non-binary and have thoobs. Wait, why would it be thoobs? Oh, is it because they're they, them moobs? That's very good. I like that. As a fellow non-binary, that's very good. Yeah, they, them moobs. It's very weird being a non-binary person, by the way, who prefers masculine terms. Like, I'm non-binary, I'm they, them only when it comes to pronouns. But when it comes to, like, literally everything else, I like masculine terms. Which is normally why you will hear me self-describe myself as being non-binary trans-masculine, because I would get the surgeries to make myself present more masculine if I could afford them. And I tend to lean more masculine when it comes to how I want to present myself. If that makes any sense at all. Any semblance of making sense. Yeah, that looks pretty decent for that. Alright, you want your shiny moves, you get your shiny moves. Let's do the moves. This I'm gonna select so I don't screw up the hand at all. Making sure I get like all the lines in there so I don't get weird edge lines on the end of my shading here. So it's gonna be shaded from the bottom. I'm gonna look up a reference for this real quick. Because I am not as used to drawing male figures as I am drawing feminine figures. Give me a good reference image. Google. I just need something with harsh lighting in general. There we go. That one will work. Doesn't even have to be lit the same way, because I understand where I need to shade and where I need to highlight. I just need to like see how the light falls on it. That'll work. So for this, we're actually gonna come in here with a more harsh highlighted area. There's gonna be some soft areas up on top. I think is how we're gonna do this. And we will add more shadows to this as well, because there will be some natural shadows from basically where the pecs fall. But we'll get to that. Alright, I'm going to Walmart. Alright, see you later, moobs, I mean dad. Bye, Octokai, have a good rest of your day. Kind of go like... I need to take my eraser brush and turn it really low down. It's gonna kind of... some shapes. I have to be very careful with how I do this because I don't want to press too hard. And just create some nice little pecs there. It's also kind of nice to have. I've got some light that'll hit on the bottom of my collarbones. And then we'll just clean those shapes up. I don't want to go in like super harshly on these because it should read as soft even though there is bone underneath. So it'll read as hard for skin, but it still won't be like a super sharp edge. This is actually part of the reason I like the brush that I use for all of my coloring and stuff, because the Froggy pencil has this texture to it, and it's not like a full opacity brush, so you can get a lot of variation and opacity with it, which is really nice. It lets you make things look nice and soft. There we go. To actually keep it in. This I might actually blur out, because this should be like a full gradient. So we're gonna actually, that's gonna be like my one use of the blend tool that I'm allowing myself. Because you want the moves to look nice and soft. They need to look like pillowy, you know? Just gonna kind of this. And kind of the shapes a little bit. There you go, that's not too bad. Well, I want this to, again, be a little bit light. It's down towards the bottom. And what we'll do is we'll have like a secondary shadow that comes in where like the crease in the pecs are later on, but this is again just kind of establishing some lighting and stuff. I actually want to like brighten this up and saturate it just a little bit. I know that's a very small change, but it matters to me. It is very beautiful to me specifically. Let's see here. Do I want to do the hair next, or do I want to start developing the body and the hands and stuff next? Let's do the hands next. This. The hands are going to be fun because they're going to have some of the harshest shadows that we get, because they are the closest thing to the source of where the light's going to be, which is going to be those glowing moons. So they're going to have a lot of really harsh shadows that don't get feathered quite as much. That's on low opacity. Let's have that on full opacity, please. So, like, the palm and stuff is going to have a lot of really harsh lighting on. Let's see. I want this shape to be a little more. This would have... There would be a little bit of shadow as the thumb turns away, but not a lot. You might get, like, some small shadows like this. Because the fingers are passing over the rest of the palm, so you might get, like, little tiny shadows, but they're not going to be a lot, and they are still going to have a lot of contrast in them. Because of how close the light source is to the rest. So we won't be doing as much feathering here, we'll just kind of be defining the harder shapes. There will be a slight shadow here. This one isn't going to be feathered, but I am going to make it less noticeable. That. Kind of show where the hand muscle is there. And then for all of the fingers, what we will do is we essentially go in, erase out the creases, and then the bottom of the fingers, because the top of the fingers are facing completely away from the rest of the light source, and the bottom is facing directly at it. So you'll see basically like the last bits of light touching the fingertips, because the entire bottom of our fingers will be lit up by the glowing moons. And we'll get into, like, reflective and light and stuff with this piece eventually as well. I want to do some fun reflective light tricks with it, I think. With some bounces of other colors and stuff. But this is kind of our starting point. Yeah, but that looks pretty okay for that first hand. And then this hand, you're essentially going to get the opposite effect, where since the bottom of the fingers on the top hand were facing down into where the moons are, which will be glowing eventually, I just haven't actually added that in yet. It's easier for me to do shading before I add the glow effects in on the moon. But this hand will be the opposite because the palm is facing up towards the moon. So we're going to have the palm and the inner parts of all the fingers be lit up by it. If I can get it selected anyway. I want all of the lines selected. Thank you, Clip Studio Paint. We don't want any crusty, weird shading lines on this piece. So, what we would then do is you kind of go and you find the form of where the palm is, and it kind of bends around the fingers, right? So we're just going to kind of like this and erase everything inside of it out. And we will be adding like more small shadows and stuff in here with like different colors and things, because obviously skin has a natural shade to it. There are creases and other things, but this is just to kind of establish where the light is. And then kind of the same thing that we did for the fingers. The top muscle of your thumb is facing more directly in the light. So we kind of erase some of that out a little bit to show that, like, yes, this is facing the light, so this is going to be this, but then as it turns away, you don't see that anymore. And it becomes more in shadow. And then same thing here. This is all in really harsh light. This is like this, because it's on top facing up towards it. This would get there we go. And then you have a hand that looks kind of like it's actually being lit from the top. I want that whole finger to light spot on it, because it is really close. I feel like what we might do instead is kind of show that. Because this finger that is right here is dipped inwards, so it's going to be showing a little bit more of the light than the other fingers that are like leaning out a little bit more. Not the right brush. Not the eraser. Like this. You'll still see just like the little crease lines and stuff from where the fingers meet the palm here. Like a little bit more shadow here for where these two crease together. But yeah. And then you've got like a nice shaded palm that looks like it's in the glowing light. And we'll do the same thing for the arms in a moment as well. Kind of select that more easily. So the arms are going to have softer shading because the arms are farther away from the moons than the hands are, at least from the bigger moon. So what we can do is we can kind of, I'm going to put the softest shading in first, like it's a hard shade, and then we'll go in and soften it. Kind of show the muscle tone here. Yes, this should actually technically be reflective light, but I'm drawing it in now anyway because I make the rules when we draw. Basically, I just go in with smaller and smaller brushes every time to kind of define the shapes more. Both with the the pencil tool that I use for drawing in, and then the eraser tool on a low opacity to kind of create the in-between layers to kind of feather it out. The farther away you get from it, the more feathered it is going to get. And then for this part of the arm, so I'm going to leave a little bit of the shading on the wrist there, just so that way you can kind of see where the arm meets the hand, because there is, like, if you notice, if you look at where your palm kind of connects into your wrist, there is sort of a dip, and that normally gets at least a little bit of shadow casted on it, so we're going to erase some of it out, but it's still going to be there. And then this entire flat part of the arm here is sort of showing in the light of where the moons are going to be. So do that. Kind of redefine the shape a little bit. And then we can just kind of feather it out from there. That's why I have my eraser on 100% opacity. It'll lower it for when I feather stuff like that. This is going to have a wider feathering here because this part of the arm is like kind of slowly bending. and it slopes. I'm gonna blur just a little bit in here, just to make the line look a little. There we go. Yeah, and you end up with it, looking like it's shaded like it's, you know, coming from the moons themselves. Hey, Nor, how's it going? Yeah, we're doing some art today. What's going on, my friend? Nor, as soon as you came into chat, my cat started meowing. I think he wants to say hi to you. Gage, do you want to say hi to Nor? He's being very stinky. But thank you for stopping in and joining us. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun today. I'm actually going to erase out the shading from that, because they're going to be glowing eventually. Tell the baby hi for me, Gage. Nora's saying hello to you if you want to stop clawing at the carpet for 10 seconds. He's being very stinky right now. He likes to choose chaos. But yeah, we're having a nice chill stream today. We're doing some art. We're having a great time. My eraser's not on 100%. I keep thinking that I turn my eraser back up to where it's supposed to be after I'm done doing like all of the blurred edges and stuff, and then I don't. I am gonna add in a little bit of the reflective light here just because it doesn't look quite right until we do. I might do some hue shifting stuff with that at a later point to really bring home the fact that that's reflective light and not the main light source. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna add like a bunch of blue hues eventually to all of the reflective light spaces, so they feel more like it's the light from the sky rather than the light from the moons bouncing off of it, basically. Oh, you have really decided to choose violence today, haven't you, sir? There is a cat being very stinky next to me right now. No, you may not jump on that part of the desk. You have a whole section of the desk for yourself, sir. Hey. Hello. Help you. Can you get down, please? Down, buddy. He just wants to be a part of things, chat. This happens like every time I stream too. Gage has this habit of hearing me talk and going, oh, that means there's people. If there's people, that means I can get attention. So whenever he sees me streaming, he's like, hello, I am here now, and I can be a part of everything. He is my scrungly little guy. I feel like this needs to be like one shape. It feels too bouncy. It wouldn't be quite so defined on this edge as it would be on the others. That's better. Same thing back here. Except it's gonna be like this. Be a little bit of reflect like this. I'm really liking how this piece is coming out so far. I'm really happy with how the shading's coming along very slowly. Let's see here. I could do the hair next, or I could do the collar pieces. I think I'm going to do the collar pieces. I'm avoiding shading the hair because I shade my hair in like a very particular way, and it's always really time consuming. And I'm just kind of vibing right now with the rest of it. Aw, guys, my cats are sitting on my bed and giving each other smooches right now. I love my cats so much. They're so stinky. Gage gave up on getting attention from the stream chat and decided instead I am going to go and give my girlfriend kisses and cuddle now. They always have to sleep touching each other. So whenever he goes to go take a nap with her, he always cuddles up to her. Although, hey, be nice. One moment, chat. I have to go and yell at my cats for a moment. Because they apparently are trying to share the same space on the bed and arguing about it. The babies were fighting. They're better now. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna kind of erase out from the back here. It would be so cool if I had made this animated, but I didn't think to cut the layers for that. So that's not gonna happen. Oh, I suppose I could cut it after the fact. I don't feel like doing that, though, because that involves a lot of redrawing after I've finished rendering it. You can technically take any piece that you want and make it animated in Live 2D if you cut the piece after the fact, but I like to cut it as I do the lines and as I do the initial drawing. Because otherwise you kind of have to do everything twice, and that just feels weird to me. Like, I've seen people who take their artwork that they've already made and turn it into a live 2D piece where they can animate it and do fun stuff with it. And you have to take, like, the entire finished piece and then essentially redraw all the pieces that are behind it that are going to be moving, and that's just a lot to me. I don't know. Alright, let's start erasing out the light pieces for the hair. So it's gonna be... the closer you get in here, the more it's gonna kind of round out. Oh, boo, I just realized I forgot to do something at the start of stream. There's something that I want to start doing at the start of every stream that we do. We might do it at the end of stream today, just because I'm stupid and for gore. I want to start doing my Genshin dailies on stream with everyone. Every time we stream, just because I have had a falling out with Genshin lately, and that's annoying me. I used to play Genshin literally every single day. I was so dedicated to it. I have like a super good Hu Tao build. I've got a ton of characters, and I'm not doing anything with my account right now because I just like haven't had a lot of time to play. And one of the things I could do to kind of get myself back into the groove of things, that's not quite right, hang on. But to get myself back into the groove of things is to do all my dailies on stream with you guys and like run like a single set of domains and stuff every day with y'all. So at the end of stream, we might go and do some Genshin stuff. Just for a hot minute. I can vaporize some poor hilly churls who decide that they want to fuck around and find out with me. You doing that is going to motivate me to do my Genshin dailies again. Do Genshin dailies with me, chat. Also, how long has my yandere face been on? What happened? How did that happen? Was it from when I was typing a while ago? How long has that been like that? Hang on. I must have clicked the hotkey by mistake. I apologize, chat. Yeah, I really do want to keep doing all my Genshin dailies, because eventually I want to have a fully built Kazuha, and I don't have that yet. We're gonna get there one day. I also I might do like some fan art for Genshin on stream at some point in the future, because I have a Xiao piece that I've made previously, and I want to do other ones of like some of my other favorite characters. It wild to me that I drew Xiao before I drew Hu Tao, by the way. It seems almost like a crime, actually, that I drew Xiao before drawing Hu Tao. I drew Xiao out of spite. Xiao got drawn because I pulled him twice in one 10 pull, and I felt obligated to. I felt like that was like my recompense for him coming home twice in one 10 pull. It was like one right after another too. It was literally like I pulled him the first time, there was a weapon in between, and then it was immediately him again. It was very funny. And now I have to apologize to all the Xiao mains because my Xiao is level like 60 and doesn't have any artifacts on him. I have exactly one polearm who I am betrothed to, and it is one very stinky ghost girl. This is a Hu Tao appreciation post. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. We are getting there with the hair, though. Me begging Toma to come home. Listen, Pottermus, I feel so bad for you. Also, hi, Cherry Dog. How's it going? I hope you're having a good day today. Pottermus Prime has some of the worst luck I have ever seen in Genshin in my life. It is disgusting how bad your luck is. All Pottermus wants is Toma. And it took 3 banners that had Toma on it of him wishing on those banners to get 1. Like, I remember the first time his banner came across and, like, it just didn't happen. No matter how many times they wished on it, it would not happen. And then I think it was like, was it the 2nd or 3rd banner that you actually got him on, then you haven't been able to get him again, I think, or something like that. It's been insane. I'm good just playing Genshin? Awesome. Who's your main, Cherry Dog? I'm curious. Yeah, oh, that's right. He wasn't even on the banner when you got it. That's right. Did you get him off of standard, or was it just like a random pull for another banner? Like, was he just not one of the more advertised 4 stars? This. The basic gist of how you shade hair when it's lit like this is instead of like shading the bottom bits of all the hair where it would normally be shaded, those become kind of where the highlights are, and it helps kind of show what direction the lighting is coming from. I couldn't even be mad about it, but God, yeah, God, Pottermus, you have the single worst luck I have ever seen with Genshin pulls, literally ever. You've cared about one character in your whole life on this game, and it's not even a 5-star. He's not even a 5-star, and you just could not pull him. Your luck with Toma is like my luck with getting Diluc all the time. Like, I could not care less about Diluc. He is like the one standard banner character that I don't want, and it feels like every single time I've lost my 50/50s, it's been Diluc. Like, I remember for the first, like, year and a half that I was playing Genshin, all I wanted was Qiqi. Literally all I wanted was Qiqi. And every time I would lose my 50/50, I would be praying for just like, hey, let me lose it to this funky little zombie. I love her so much. My best friend has like C2 or C3 Qiqi, and for a long time I still didn't have her. Like, it took me, I think, a year and a half, 2 years, something like that, to get a hold of Qiqi. And she's not even built yet because I got so frustrated with not getting her that I hadn't actually farmed any artifacts for her, and now I don't have a team for her. We need to build my Qiqi at some point because I love her. My character's sorry for asking, I'm still learning about Genshin. Oh yeah, no, it's no problem, Cherry Dog. Hides my Qiqi. B, give her to me. I joined Genshin, like, I got into the game for 2 characters. It was because of Hu Tao, and it was because of Qiqi. And I got Hu Tao right off the bat. I was so happy. I got her C1 on the very first banner I ever saw her on. It was her first ever rerun banner, I believe. And I got her C1, so that way I could, you know, make her really stupid and broken, because once you get her C1, nothing matters anymore. So the way that Hu Tao works is, she sacrifices her own HP to give herself a pyro infusion. And if she is, like, below a certain threshold of HP, she does more damage. And she focuses mostly on charged attacks, which is the important part of this. Her C1 makes it so that while you have her pyro infusion up, you don't use stamina to do charge attacks. so I can just charge attack willy-nilly without using any stamina with her. And it's a lot of fun, and I like to break games with her. I have no Chi-Chi. Cherry Dog, I'm so sorry for your loss. Everyone deserves one Chi-Chi, and I know that that's a really unpopular Genshin opinion because everyone except for me hates her, but I love her. Everyone deserves one copy of Chi-Chi. She's my daughter. My funky little zombie girl. Yeah, Hu Tao delete button. That's what all of my friends and I call my Hu Tao. She's the Hu Tao delete button because she does stupid amounts of damage. You know what? You're right. I'm sorry. I misspoke. There are two people who love Chi-Chi. It's me and B. Everyone always gets so mad about her because, like, I know she's the one that everyone loses their 50-50 to, but, like, she's my girl. I love her. I also love Chi-Chi. I'm so glad. Listen, this is a Chi-Chi appreciation day now, chat. We love Chi-Chi. We appreciate Chi-Chi. We give Chi-Chi all of the hugs and all of the cocoa goat milk. That cutscene was so cute. If anyone has not done the Chi-Chi Cocoa Goat quest, yeah, I can't remember if it's actually part of the main story or not. I think it might be a side quest, but it's so funny. It is so funny. Gently lighten this area as well. Listen, the only character I actually do not like is Diluc. Big mood. And like, Diluc even has kind of grown on me. I disagree with how much he hates his brother, you know? Like, on the one hand, like, I get it. That's a lot of trauma. You know, you guys lost your dad. But, like, Kaya's not the one who killed him. You're blaming Kaya for something that's literally not his fault. Like, the trauma I get. The trauma I absolutely understand, but have you considered maybe you are directing it at the wrong people? And that might just be me being a giant Kaya stan, but you know. It's fine. I'm allowed to love my stinky little Iceman. Also, hey, can we talk about how me and Kaveh have the same haircut? Like, it's the same in this picture. No, I do not want to close it. I want to save it. Thank you, Clip Studio. Yeah, that's not bad for like a start on where the hair lighting is going to be. There's something wrong about how I shaded the nose that I don't like, and I need to figure out what it is. If I like... Because I think the problem is I'm making the shading look like it's too much like it's from a front view. That's better. That little tiny change made that so much better for me. Let's do a lot of the really dark areas that are not going to be able to be selected properly. Ew. Delete out the background, see if that fixes it. Nope. One sec, chat. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can, just select the dark parts of my jacket, which does not seem to be possible. There we go. I got some of the lines in there, but that's fine. Yeah, also, if you're a Diluc stan, please don't take that the wrong way. Like, he is, wonderful. And I'm sure that there are a lot of people who love him for a lot of very good reasons. He's just not my kind of character. I don't know. Like, he doesn't scritch my brain the way other characters do. Which, like, I think that part of the problem is I just don't like Batman. Like, Diluc is a giant Batman reference. Like, I'm almost certain it's intentional because of his name literally being... Isn't his name, like, his title in Mondstadt just the Dark Knight? Like, isn't that actually, like, a thing that he goes by? And Batman has just never been my kind of character. Diluc is like the one exception to me clinging to every redhead I see. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Pottermus. You and me both, honestly. Because both of us have a tendency to go after redheads when it comes to, like, video game characters and stuff. And yeah, Diluc was just not it for me with that. So, I'm gonna, like... Let's make my eraser a little smaller when we do this part. So I know this isn't going to be super noticeable at first, but as we add in, like, highlights and stuff, this area of shading is actually going to be, like, incredibly important. So it's important that we do it right. This is going to kind of feathered out. Because this is getting farther and farther away from the light source. I am going to allow myself to blur these areas because they legitimately would be faded like that. I feel like the blur tool for me when I come in and do blending and stuff, since normally I do it with the eraser tool and not actually the blend tool, the blend tool itself becomes more useful to me when I'm doing fabric than when I'm doing something like skin, because fabric tends to gradiate more. I don't know why, especially darker fabrics, you get softer shadows on them. So I like to make the shadows in those areas softer by using the blur tool sparingly, but still using it in those areas. I have 3 5-stars, Xiao, Ayaka, and Diluc. Those are good 5-stars, though, like, especially for gameplay purposes. All 3 of those characters make fantastic DPSs. Especially Xiao. Xiao does some stupid shit. I would love to actually build my Xiao to do damage. Like, he was doing decent damage even without being fully built when I threw some random artifacts on him at one point. So at some point, he's going to get built on my account. Eventually, I would love to have all of my characters built, but, like, anyone who plays Genshin knows that that's a fucking fever dream that's never going to happen. Building your characters, especially building all of the characters that you have, is, like, a nigh impossible task. If you've done that, oh my god, kudos. You are better at this game than I am. I have, like, 1 character, maybe 2 built properly. Because, like, my Hu Tao is built exceptionally. She's perfect. There's almost nothing I would change about her. I would give her, like, a tiny, tiny bit more crit rate. She's at 48% right now instead of 50, and I would love for her to be at 50. But she's 48 over 230, I think, for crit damage. And I would, if I were to give her an ideal, I would love to get her to either 5250 or 5300, which that is, like, almost impossible. Getting 300 crit damage while still having 250, or not 250, but while still having 50% crit rate is, like, nigh impossible, and that's just wishful thinking, so, like, take that with a huge grain of salt. But maybe eventually I'll be able to do that. That is, like, a stretch goal of mine when it comes to Genshin, is to just have a ridiculously built Hu Tao with, like, a ton of HP and, like, stupid, stupid numbers, you know? This actually should have a little bit more shading, because this is behind my character, so this is gonna have a lot more like smaller shadows and areas inside of it than, like, the fabric that's directly in front of where the light source is coming from. So we're gonna do some funky stuff in here. All of my other characters are, like, level 20 and have no artifacts. Yeah, same. I had a lot of really mid artifacts on a lot of my characters, just so that way I could use them if I ever needed them, up until recently. And then recently I finally decided to bite the bullet, and I took them all off so I could use those artifacts to upgrade the existing artifacts that I had for the characters that I was actively building. Very softly, there we go. I really do like how this is coming out. The only thing I don't like about it so far is the background. I need to, like, actually go in and render the sky myself and not use the pre-made brushes for this. So we can actually, like, see it bending and kind of coming up over the different shapes. That's much better. And then we'll do the other side. Once we get all the lighting and stuff laid out, I might swap over to Genshin. We'll see. And then we might either finish this up some other time, or maybe I'll finish it after we do our Genshin dailies, because y'all got me Genshin brain rotting now. This is gonna bottom. It's below moons. I want to do, like, crazy shit with my Kazuha, too, which is actually who I'm artifact hunting for right now. When we do our domains for the day, we will be doing the Viridescent Venerer domain, because I want some goddamn decent artifacts with EM on them. All I want is some Elemental Mastery, damn it. I currently have my Kazuha not doing the Elemental Mastery build, but that's not, like, a choice that I made deliberately. I just haven't gotten a single Viridescent Venerer artifact with an EM main stat ever. It's hiding from me, chat. It literally, the game hates me. The game said, you got good artifacts for your Hu Tao, what more could you possibly fucking want? So I'm never allowed to get good artifacts again, I guess, because I've been trying to get good ones for Kazuha and I just can't. The game said no. But maybe that'll change. Maybe today we'll get lucky. What I want to do is I'm going to go and add, like, a little tiny bit of edge lighting. This wouldn't normally really happen like this, but I want to make it so you can kind of see where the shirt ends and the cloak begins here. Easiest way to do that is through edge lighting, so it's going to be a little more stylized, but that's okay. And let's do a quick save. Yeah, that kind of separates it a little bit more from the rest of what you're seeing there. Much better. Alright, so we have the vast majority of this lighted. Actually, let me add the lighting on the shirt and the pants real quick, and then we will swap over to Genshin for a hot second. That. Edge there. These guys. Spaced out. Top half. They reflect. They're made of metal and they're shiny. This area is a little weird because you've got, like, a lot of other things casting shadows on it. So it's really just gonna be kind of like that. And then we're gonna blend like this. And that's it for the major portion of the lighting on that. So we're gonna, this is not even remotely close to done right now, but we're gonna take a break real quick. I'm gonna go to my BRB screen, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get some snacks, and then I will be right back and we will swap to Genshin. How about that, guys? I will see you in just a minute. Stick around if you feel like it. Ah, I just realized that there's no music on this. Let me add the music back in for you guys. My apologies. let me get Genshin loaded up here. I should actually already be working if I just click on button. There we go. Genshin your impacts, everyone. Let's do our Genshin dailies, and I'm actually going to turn our background music off so we can listen to the sultry tones of this woman singing. All of the Genshin Impact music. But if you would like to do some Genshining of your impacts with us, please feel free. Let me actually get into my gaming attire registered trademark. Ta-da! Through the power of glamour magic, I'm gonna move myself 1 second. Camera is in the wrong spot. This is the only problem with having 2 different monitors. Get me in the right place here. There we go. Snacks. Y'all, I have bubble tea flavored mochi. It's so good. It's literally so good. Get our Welkin Moon rewards going here, and I just want to move my chat so I can actually see you guys when I play the game. Might be important. There we go. So, last time we were trying to 36-star the Abyss, which did not happen because I only have 1 good team. If we had 2 good teams, we would probably be able to do it, but let's see what we got going on here. We got notices, we got all sorts of fun stuff. You can tell how often I check my notifications and stuff. Alright. So, my login bonus. Oh, that's right, the Leyline event is happening right now that I haven't done any of because of who I am as a person. I'm so behind on events, y'all. I've missed the last, like, 3 events in Genshin in a row. It's not great. A very responsible Genshin player. I do nothing of what I'm supposed to. Oh, hey, we got the 12-star reward, though. Yippee! Let's get our rewards for that. Like, you can tell I haven't been playing Genshin as much as I should have because I'm fucking level 3 on the battle pass right now. Let's see. Where are all of our commissions today? Make my year and have them all be combat-based so I can just do them all at once. I apologize if you guys hear me chewing on my mochi a little bit. The mochi is very, very good. Also, why am I in, like, a perpetual state of surprise right now? What is happening? Hello? 1 moment. You guys are going to see my VTube Studio interface for 1 second. That's right. I changed these because I had my camera in a weird spot. You saw nothing. There. Now my face is normal. Trying to defeat the green cube. Oh, the green cube is evil. I don't like the green cube. I don't like that the green cube requires you to bring, like, 4 different elements with you. Because don't you, like, need Electro and Dendro and Hydro to beat it or something like that? I remembered, like, the one and only time I faced off against the Dendro Hypostasis, it seemed like it was requiring Electro and Dendro at the very least, and I was like, this is dumb. I don't use either of those characters on my main team. Alright, 1 Swift Slayer. Boop. Absolutely not. Let's get these guys all grouped up together. And boop. Goodbye. Look at my girl go. Even when she's doing physical damage, she does the most. Love her so much. Operation Graze. Oh, it's one of the race time limit ones. That'll be easy. My snacks are very yummy, by the way. All of y'all should snack with me. You should share your favorite snacks with me in chat so I can get more snacks and have more snack food in the house. Well, let's pick these up. Listen, if I see peaches, I eat them. Oh, there's a Dendrobrana I haven't gotten somewhere near here. That's interesting. Oh, it's one of these ones. I thought it was going to be like the chase, the little dude that appears, the little elemental guy that shows up that you have to catch. I'm using Xiao, Ayaka, Bennett, and Fischl. Ooh, that's a good team comp. I love Bennett. He's such a stinker. Let me bounce. There we go. Oh. That. Not me getting distracted by all the items I can grab and wasting time. It's fine. Genshin cannot put items in front of me and expect me to not go after them. I get distracted every time I do a quest just going, oh, look, there's this thing I can collect over here. Alright, what's next? What else we got? Got one up there in the desert, and I don't see... Like, also, this is proof that I'm behind in Genshin. I don't have this area of the map yet. I'm missing one. There's one in the desert, and then I don't see another one. Chat, I've lost my 4th commission. I don't know where it went. Let's go and get this. Oh, it's a Ruin Drake. I wonder if I can one-shot that. I have to hit something first, though. Here, we'll beat up these squares just like a tiny bit. I just need a little bit more so I have my ult fully charged when we go after that thing. Run! Thanks for letting me use you to get energy recharge. Bye! They're after me. They're running after me. No. Actually, we're gonna, not that button. Let's heal Hu Tao just, like, a little bit so that way she doesn't get one-shot by the Ruin Drake. Like, I don't think I would get hit, because I'm normally pretty good about not getting hit, but you never know. The Dune of Illusion. There he is. Hi, buddy. How's it going? I'm about to make this man regret his whole existence. Goodbye. Ah, no, okay, it doesn't kill. It doesn't kill at level 80. Alright, that's fine. We still absolutely murderized that, though. I don't know. I didn't see how much damage it was. I wasn't looking at the number. I don't know if maybe that wasn't a crit. Because I've done, like, I think half a mil with my Hu Tao before. Where the hell is this other... Chat, I'm missing my last commission and I don't see it anywhere. It would still show it if it was up here, right? Do I have to go and get the new teleport point and see if it's there? Is that what it is? Is it not going to let me do my last commission of the day? Because I've never been over here before. That looks very cool, though. I know nothing about what is going on currently in the Genshin story, by the way. I'm caught up until, like, understanding what happens to the Wanderer. I haven't actually named my Wanderer in my game yet, though. I just know what happens, and then everything that happens after that point, I have no idea about. Hello. The world opens itself to those who have noble hearts. And nope, there's no commission there. Genshin? Where the fuck is my other commission? Oh, we got an achievement for that. Where the hell? It'll be labeled in purple, right? Or is it this one? No, that's a timed thing. Check the book. Is it not in here, or is it in, like, something else? I'm moving my tab so I can see my screen fully. There we go. It's not it. Didn't it? Or no, it's these. There we go. Oh no, it is this one. Oh, those are Archon quests. There it is. This guy. That's the commission. Where is that? Oh, I'm apparently blind. I just didn't see that it was planted directly over Sumeru City. Also, hey, Sumeru commissions are the greatest commissions. They're so much more fun than the other ones. Better material? The fickle weather has been causing all sorts of problems with houses. I've never been this busy. Oh, okay, so he does bricklaying. It's all about the soil in either case. Not really much of a difference. Have you heard the saying? Learning is like building a house. If you want to build a tall one, you have to lay a solid foundation. It's a good saying. And if you want to expand your knowledge, you need to ensure that the foundations are solid. A shifting foundation will only lead to collapse. Okay. You're just a figure of speech. Those smart higher-ups say so. I don't really get it, but it's clear to me that they regard building houses to be as important as learning. I don't think that's how you interpret it. Anyway, when you think of a house's foundations, you think of building materials. Soil is the binding and support material, so if its stability and adaptability can be increased, our houses will be more durable. And I won't have to be this busy anymore. Okay, so he's trying to, like, repair houses around Sumeru and make them more sturdy. I've come up with a few ideas, and I'm planning to find some moist soil today. Alright, so we're gonna find some soil for this guy. Let's do it. Topsoil is not going to work, so we're going to have to dig deeper, which means we're probably going into a cave. Where am I going here? Ooh, we're going down into that area. Okay. Crunches on my snacks for a moment. There is something very cool about Sumeru just as a whole. I love the environments they did for Sumeru too. I hope that as we get future updates in Genshin with new countries and stuff, that they are as beautiful as Sumeru is, because I really love how they did a lot of the environments in this part of the game. Alright, right down by the riverbed. Oh look, lizards. I feel like I'm gonna have to fight those. Alley-oop. Ah! I see. One moment. Hey, y'all want to see me do some overkill? Look at these little guys. Get out of here. Ta-da! Those poor little slimes did not see that coming. They got bombarded by the god of Geo, and then absolutely decimated by just a little kid and his sword. Here is your moist soil. You're a great help. It's softer than I had expected. The adhesion is fine, but it doesn't provide enough support. It's okay, though. As those wise folk put it, no tall building was built in a day. I again don't think that that's what that means, sir. I suppose creating the kind of soil I want wouldn't be that easy either. Thanks so much. Please take this as your payment. Alright. You can keep trying that, bud. Let's go collect our commissions. I'm going to Mondstadt to collect my commissions because it's habit. Don't look at me. And then we'll do some domain stuff. I have to see how many of the condensed resin I can make. I somehow don't think I have 5 of the crystal cores. Hello, Tamias. I did not mean to talk to you, actually. Yeah, I can only make 2, so we're going to have to go and grab more of those in a second. But I can just fly over to Windrise and grab some. Is Kale good? Because I just got a free one and Kale is C4. So Kale can be really good. I believe, because I've never built her on a team before, but I believe she functions as a dendro battery. I think. Don't super hold me to that, but I believe she normally functions as a dendro battery for people. So if you build a team that uses another dendro character, she can provide a lot of really good energy recharge and stuff for them, as well as really good application, if I remember correctly. Have that's new in here. Oh, that's right. You never opened these. I totally forgot about that. When we did the Abyss, I never opened the rewards for it. Garbage. Also kind of garbage. I'm not gonna get anything good, am I? Nope. And these are also 4 stars, so it doesn't really matter as much. Alright. So let's go over to Windrise real quick. Excuse me. And I can go and get some more crystal cores. You. Come here. You. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Need one more, and they're all too high up now. Run over to... It's the other one. It's the Dawn Winery. It's more of them. Run over to Dawn Winery and get this one. Oh, did they really just both poof? Are you serious? Gotcha. Perfect. Oh, Kale's your only dendro? Yeah, like, I've seen people use her on her own before. I'm sure there are team comps that can do that. I'm just not overly familiar with her kit is the only thing. Just because I have never used her on a team myself. I want to eventually. She might end up going on the Nahida team I want to build eventually. But for now, let's go over to... There it is. Valley of Remembrance. I'm like, it's one of the ones that surrounds the mountain. God, if I don't get rid of these notifications, it's going to bother me. One moment. I'm one of those people who literally, I cannot live if there are little red exclamation points somewhere on my screen. Get out of here. Yes, I understand. There are ones that I have not unlocked yet. Take this. Claim my keys. What else is new here? What is this? Oh, it's for Farazan. I see. There we go. No more red arrows. Alright, let's go ahead and do some Valley of Remembrance. Actually, you know what? Before I begin... for right now, I think I'm only going to offer this to friends of mine just because, I worry that I'm going to annoy people on stream, if I go in with randos and I screw up a combo or something. But, B or Pottermus, if either of you would like to run domains with me, let me know in the chat real quick and we'll run domains together. Y'all can come and get some Animo shit with me if you would like. Stuff for you to re-roll into things for your artifacts. If not, that is fine too. I can gladly do them on my own. Just, I know last time we did Genshin streams, we were talking about that and talking about, you know, inviting other people with us to do domains. Right now, I will just set things on fire with Kazuha. I do love that when Kazuha uses his E, he goes up, turns the fire off, and then comes back down and lights the fire again. It doesn't seem like my pals are around right now, though, so for now we will go in by ourselves. I know sometimes they lurk, so I figured I would ask. Let's go and get some goodies for now. And maybe I can finally get some decent artifacts on this Kazuha. I will pass because my Wi-Fi is currently being touch and go. Oh, that's okay, B. No worries. That seems to be a recurring problem with people lately. I know Casey is also having a ton of Wi-Fi issues right now. Yeah. Oh, that missed, boo. I always accidentally summon that on the the Zhongli dick. His little pillar that you summon. And done. I think that is the fastest I have ever beaten that domain. 36 seconds on that. Let's see what we get. Alright, we got one Maiden's Beloved. That's awful. Nope. Pray for me, chat. We need EM main stats with like crit rate and crit damage as substats, which is impossible. But you know, we're gonna hope. We're gonna hope and pray. That time I did it correctly. Let's gather them all up. Alley-oop. Ta-da! I do love how quickly I can do this domain with this team. Give me something good. Give me streamer luck right now on these artifacts. Please, Hoyoverse, I'm begging. Okay, 2 of the right kind of artifact. Bad. Both bad. Both main stat defense. Ugh. Awful. I said that my Wi-Fi was touch and go and then everything crashed, lol. Oh no, B! I'm so sorry. I hope it gets fixed for you soon, my dude. I do love the ridiculous amount of energy recharge I have on this entire team. There we go. That's the wrong direction. It's this way. Show me the forbidden good artifacts, Genshin, please. What do I have to... Oh, fuck, and they're not even in the... Watch this. I'm calling it now, chat. One of these is going to have an EM main stat, and it's going to be in the wrong set. Hydra damage bonus. Okay, see, yeah, we got EM on a substat, but it's not the right set. This is what this game does to me every time. Every time I roll for artifacts. Boo. Genshin gives me the finger at every opportunity with artifacts, and it's really funny. I have, like, the best luck in the world when it comes to pulls, and I have the worst luck in the world when it comes to artifacts. Genshin really said you can have whatever characters you want, you just can't build them. Get these guys all in here together. Boop. Oh, that did not crit on him. Please, Genshin, please give me something nice. Pray to the Archons for me, chat. Okay, we got a feather. That's garbage.
and that's okay. It has crit rate. It doesn't have crit damage though. The way that I try to think about artifacts for a lot of my characters, especially ones that are meant to be DPSs, is I want, if the main stat cannot be crit rate or crit damage, I want it to have both on the substats. What do we have for this? That wouldn't have been a bad thing if that was a 5-star, if that was like a gold artifact. Damage. Actually, I don't know if I still have any of these artifacts. I should show y'all some of the artifacts I use in my Kokomi. Every time I try to run domains to build up my healers, Genshin decides to give me the best artifacts that I've ever seen, like for DPSs. There was a point when I was doing domain runs with Mod B and Mod Tim, and I think actually Pottermus might have been there too, because I think we were running it for a character for him because it was like the same domain or something. And I got so many crit rate, crit damage crowns for not the Maiden's Beloved set, but the other one, the one that Kokomi uses. That I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so sad. But let's roll our artifacts again, because I didn't do that last time we did the artifact runs. We'll roll them back into Viridescent Venerer. Because I don't need any of these. Because this makes me actually that one can stay. That's a level 21. We don't get rid of those. And that one doesn't have both of the stats I want on it. So let's roll all of these away. See if we get anything good. Please, Genshin. Okay, EM substat. Ooh. That's not bad at all, actually. That's definitely a start. Attack percent. That's not terrible. Garbage. Okay. We can re-roll a couple more of those. That can go away. That can go away. This one I'm going to keep for right now, just because I don't have very many good artifacts for Kazuha. I want to see if maybe we can roll that into something better. That can go away. That can go away. Actually, I have to choose one more to keep because I don't have any more that we can reroll. We'll keep that one. Or no, other way around. This one. Give me an EM main stat goblet or something right now. No? Okay. It does have EM on it. It does have EM. It's not exactly what I want, though. Let me look at what my Kazuha has right now, and we might see if we can upgrade some of his stuff. So right now, artifacts. Hi, buddy. Look at you with all your pretty little artifacts. I don't think I'm going to have a better one than this. This is crit rate, crit damage. What was the one that I just got? Oh, actually, no. This has the chance to be better. Like, it doesn't have the attack percent, which kind of sucks, though. We could try rolling it and see what happens, but we'll wait and see. What else do I have? You currently have Anemo damage, EM, and crit damage. Okay. That's definitely... That one has attack, but we don't really need attack on him. What do you have? Yeah, no, the one that he already has is still better than that one. This one is ridiculous, actually. I'm very happy with this artifact. I don't think we're going to have anything better than that for a while to come now. Your feather has attack, crit rate 7, energy. Okay, that one we might be able to do better than that, but I don't know. Yeah, this one has elemental mastery on it. Let's try to see if we can upgrade this. So he's going to crit a little bit less with this one, but it's fine, especially if this rolls really well. Roll entirely into crit damage and elemental mastery. Just crit damage, elemental mastery, nothing else. I don't want to see the HP go up. Please, I'm closing my eyes. Oh, okay, cool. Crit damage. Okay, cool. That is not terrible. Only crit damage in EM. Please, only crit damage in EM. right, here comes another one. I'm closing my eyes. And I'm looking. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Wow, is this actually going to roll well? Is this actually going to roll well? Oh my god. Are you playing the game on PC or PlayStation? I'm doing this on PC. I normally play on PC or on mobile, actually. I play on my phone a lot. I'm slowly running out of artifacts. I don't know if we have enough to get this to level 20. Probably not, honestly. All right, here comes another one. I'm closing my eyes. Please, please be good. Please, please be good. Please, please, please. Oh my god, that's another EM roll. That's fantastic. Please keep doing that. You beautiful, beautiful artifact. Please? Oh no, that's not one that actually levels up that. Okay, keep going. Do we have enough to bring this to 20? We might. I didn't think I had that many left over. Apparently I do. Okay, chat, this is the last roll for this artifact. Please, please let this go into EM or crit damage. Ah, damn it, come on. We were so close to having that be really good. I think it's still honestly better than his old one, though. Let me actually look. Kazuha, what's your overall? Yeah, we're still at 52% crit rate with that, and we get a higher crit damage out of it, so I think that's fine, actually. Let's take a look at our flowers. This one is okay. It gives us a little bit of both. Didn't we get a new flower that was good, though? Yeah, this one. Let's see if we can get it to be better with this one. I honestly, all I need right now with him is crit damage, really. Yeah, no problem, Cherry Dog. I'll see you in a bit. Please, crit damage. Ooh. Very nice. And we got attack percent added, which is honestly the best thing that could have been added there, other than EM, obviously. Can EM get added as an additional one? I don't actually know. I'm not sure how the artifact rolls decide what gets added and not. More crit damage, more crit damage, more crit damage. Or attack percent, that's fine. Should I be rolling this one all the way up now? Probably not, but we're doing it anyway. Crit damage, please. Please, more crit damage. Ooh, defense roll, really bad. I don't know if I want to full send this one now. You know what, I'm going to, and if we need to, we can roll this one away for another artifact later. Okay, we got one crit rate roll. So this, we would lose out on a couple percent of crit rate here, but gain some crit damage. Let me see what his final stats look like when I swap these. He was like 52 over 100 and something, I think, when I looked at him before. This brings him below 50%, though. I don't like that. No, we're gonna go back to his old one. Boo. That makes me so sad. Although he has all 5 pieces in Viridescent right now. I could give him an off piece. Let me see what else I have that is not currently in use. I could give him the Kokomi one that I have, which is... This is what I mean. Chat, when I say that my Kokomi artifacts are made for a DPS, this is what I'm talking about. I don't know what happened. All of my Kokomi artifacts are so cracked for absolutely no reason. You have to keep your artifacts. Who am I not using right now? What do I have that wouldn't be terrible? I want to see if I can find something that has a decent amount of crit rate and crit damage on it, though, if we're going to do an off-piece for him. Just because if we're going to have him have an off-piece, I want that off-piece to be really, really good. That wouldn't be terrible. That's technically better. Ugh, that rolled terribly, didn't it? Let's see. Maybe it won't be the flower. This has crit damage 13 and then elemental mastery 65. If I have something better than that, maybe. It would need to have crit rate, crit damage, and elemental mastery on it if I did that, though, and I don't think I have one of those. Because if I did, I would probably already be using it. We don't really need more crit rate. As crit rate and elemental mastery, which is not what I want. I'm not taking my Hu Tao's artifact off of her. Oh! My Cyno has a better flower. We might look into that. Not right now, though. Let's see what else I have that I could potentially use. What level are you? You're level 0, so you could be upgraded, but crit rate, damage crit rate. Ooh, this one has elemental mastery and crit damage. That would not be terrible. Although it's attack percent, though. That's not really what I need. I need to keep in mind the stuff that I will be using for the main stats as well. What's this current one have, actually? Hang on, Kazuha, where are you? Okay, I do currently have attack on mine, so as long as it's an attack percent sans... I could also give him this. I could give him Ganyu's thing for some EM and do it that way. It didn't roll very well, though, so I'm kind of hesitant to do that. Gives him Bennett's artifact, which ironically is also in his set. I'm not gonna have fucking anything for this, am I? I'm tempted to give him, was it Kaya's? Yeah, it was Kaya's old artifact, because that's a lot better than what we currently have at the very least. We'll see. Hydro, defense, pyro. This one I would also prefer to either be attack or like animo damage bonus, maybe? We shall see. I don't think I have any animo damage bonus ones, at least none that are already like not already equipped to hammer someone who needs them. Okay, Sucrose does have an animo damage bonus one, but there's no... It doesn't have good elemental mastery, and it doesn't have good substats on it. Oh, why am I... Oh no, that's the one you're currently wearing. Never mind, I was gonna say, why is that not on Kazuha? It is. This is the one we'd be looking to replace, and he does have animo damage bonus, so I don't know if I'm gonna have... I have another animo damage bonus one. No. And I'm not giving him physical damage because that's not what he's built for. His current crown is crit rate, which is harder to deal with also. Because I would want to keep this crit rate and in order to make him have his proper bonuses in place, because the way that I want all my DPSs to be built is at least 50% crit rate, and then like ideally like 200 or higher crit damage. What other crit rate hats do we have? No, because that has elemental mastery and this one doesn't. Great crit damage. Damage. Like, we could upgrade this one, but there's no EM on it, so there's no telling if it's going to be better or not. You know what? Let's try enhancing this one. We'll see. Because it's crit rate with crit damage on it. I'm about to use so many of these. Please roll well. Oh! Okay. That's not terrible. Hang on. So that would be... That is an upgrade to our crit damage. We would lose out on 42 elemental mastery, though. No, I think that's fine for right now. Where does that put you, Kazu? 52, 119. Okay. What do I have for a weapon on you? Yeah, I have Sacrificial on you. It is only level 80, though. But I do not have even remotely close to the materials for it. Getting rid of all of these character story things. I don't think I actually have to click on these. I think I just have to... Oh no, it's gonna make me click on all of them? Really? Get rid of them. There we go. But I think that is all we're gonna be doing Genshin-wise for today, so I think we should find somebody to raid real quick after I get this achievement. Wherever it is. There it is. Oh, that's right, we got the one for getting the first statue in the new area of Sumeru. But let's take a look-see and see who's live real quick. See who we got going on here. That. Oh, you know what? Y'all, I have a special request to make, actually. So right now, one of our lovely friends and the founder, actually, of Pride Prism is doing a partner push. So what a partner push is it is when someone is trying to get their viewer average to the point where they can apply for Twitch Partner. The viewer average, I believe, is 75 or something like that. And if they can consistently do that, they can apply for partner and they can get a lot more Twitch benefits. Mavis is currently doing a Twitch partner push, so they are streaming all the time, trying to get their viewer averages up, doing special fun things. They're currently streaming some Power Wash Simulator, and I kind of want to go say hi if that's okay with you guys. I have a special request for everyone in the chat, though. When we raid in, if you could possibly either, after raiding in, refresh the page or just double-click on Mavis's icon. Raids, unfortunately, don't count towards your viewer average, and if Twitch sees that most of a person's channel growth is from raids, they will not allow that person to become a partner. I would like to support Mavis as organically as humanly possible, so we are going to raid into them. But we are going to do so, and hopefully, if you guys do not mind, you will refresh your page afterwards. Be very kind to them. They are lovely. And I will see y'all next time. Don't forget to type spooky raid time, just like this, with all of our emotes, if you have access to them, if you are a subscriber here, in the chat.